Okay, everyone. Like I said, happy Tuesday. So I will call the special meeting of the Milpitas. I will call the special meeting of the Milpitas City Council to order. This is February 24th, 2026. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. So by scanning the QR code on the upper right-hand corner, you can access that. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
It's not green. Yeah.
Red means it's on.
Okay.
Red is on.
Red is on. Okay.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Okay, so now we're going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And everyone, there's a flag over there. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. So now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to address the City Council on anything that is not on the agenda. And please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 3 minutes. So call for speakers, City Clerk.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak? Okay, we don't see any. So moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Ask the mayor and city council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
I further ask the mayor and each member of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None. Thank you. And now we will read the code of conduct, and we have Councilmember Chua who would volunteer for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Milpitas City Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related. Separate government from council speaks in one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes?
Seeing none, so move.
Okay, it was moved by Councilmember Chua. Is there a second? And seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Okay, call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. So now we're going to move on with the staff on the agenda items, and we have our acting city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Today for agenda item 1, we have for council to receive a presentation on the proposed 5-year 2027 through 2031 capital improvement program and fiscal sustainability initiatives, and to provide feedback to staff. And I'll pass it on to Director Christian Rezenzo from our Public Works Department.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and members of the community, wherever you may be. As a Public Works Director, it's my privilege to introduce a proposed CIP for fiscal years 27 through 31. I'd be remiss if I did not thank all the departments for their invaluable contribution that helped to inform the development of the CIP And a big virtual high five to all the public works staff who are responsible for managing the projects I'm about to spotlight. Two on my right, and three more of my fantastic staff are in the audience. Before I yield the floor to Lehak and Michael, I want to quickly summarize what you are about to see. First, we'll share some accomplishments for this fiscal year, followed by a highlight of this summer's eye-watering, truly transformative construction schedule that will complete not one, but three distinct road projects totaling close to $9 million. The department will break ground on playground improvements at Senate Park, reduce trip and fall hazards by investing $700,000 in sidewalk, curb and gutter repairs, complete a $510,000 project to modernize and reinforce the elevators at the library, replace 7 obsolete scoreboards at 3 park sites, complete a $570,000 median beautification project on Calaveras Boulevard, complete $430,000 in exterior enhancements at the Milpitas Sports Center, and so much more. Also, you'll be introduced to a CIP for next fiscal year that proposes to invest over $20 million for the community. The investment includes efforts by the engineering team to increase the city's pavement condition index above 71 through judicious and strategic use of our budget, complete design for the estimated $11 million Metro Tango Subdistrict Park, invest $1 million to rehabilitate park pathways, and embark on a first of its kind ongoing proactive water and sewer main replacement cycle. I hope some of these details have aroused your interest, and with that, I'll yield the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you, Director Christian, for the introductions. Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, Councilmember Chua, Councilmember Lian, and Councilmember Lam, Lee Ha-Im, Public Work Division Managers of the Engineering Divisions, overseeing the design construction sections and administering the capital improvement program. The item before you today is the discussions of the proposed 2027 through 2031 capital improvement program. Today's agenda, we will discuss the accomplishment of this fiscal years, key work plan for the upcoming fiscal years, review of the proposed CIP budgets, council priority update, and conclude with the council discussions and feedback. In the next few slides, we will highlight accomplishments from various departments that were or will be completed this fiscal years. Overall, the city have invested more than 15 million across 17 major capital improvement projects that benefit the community. Beginning with Harmon Way Solar Streetlight Pilot Program, the design construction sections completed the installation of 6 solar streetlights along Harmon Way to improve the visibility and safety of the nearby residents and motorists. Solar streetlight does not require trenching compared to the city standard streetlight, which is a construction cost saving. Additional benefits include no recurring PG&E electricity costs, reduce risk of wire theft, and support the city climate action plan. However, there are long-term maintenance considerations, including the replacement of the battery, which have expected life cycle of 10 to 12 years. This pilot program will allow staff to evaluate its performance, reliability, and maintenance effort requires, and determine if this is the viable options as an alternative option to the city standard street light, and for the area lacking of lighting, such as for the city facility, parks, and roadway. Building on this effort, staff is now evaluating solar lighting at park currently lack of lighting. Senate Park will be served as the next implementation site, where solar light will be installed along the park pathway to improve the visibility and enhance the safety. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In collaboration with the Recreation and Community Service Department, Public Work Operation Team complete the pickleball court enhancement at Hall Memorial Park. The work include resurface of the sport court, striped parking stall along La Honda Drive, and red curb in the parking lot, adjust the fence between the pickleball and tennis court, implement court queuing system, and provide limit term assistance program for the nearby 7 residents. Design and construct. Design and construction section also complete the replacement of approximately 6,000 linear feet of deteriorating 50 years old cast iron water main along Dempsey Road from North Park Victoria Drive to Yosemite Drive as shown on this map. The next step is to resurface this road, which is scheduled to start in April. The traffic engineering section successfully complete the street preservation projects by sealing East Calaveras Boulevard from I-680 to Evan Road, North Park Victoria Drive from East Calaveras to Jacqueline Road, and the resident streets such as Temple, Lawtons, Canton, and other streets are shown on this map. This preservation payment project will increase the existing payment condition index from 50 to 80s. The project like this will help support the city goal of maintaining the citywide PCI rating of 70 or higher, which is considered in good conditions. Work also includes sidewalk repairs, replacement of 34 ADA curb ramps, and upgrade to approximately 3 miles of bike lanes. And also resurface of the deteriorating asphalt paved pathway at Street Rock Park. The improvement of the women and men locker room at Police Department building is approximately 60% completed and is scheduled to be complete in this fiscal year. The project expands the showers and the storage area to better accommodate the increasing police workforce that have occurred over the past decade. Here are some other projects that were or will be completed this fiscal year. In May 2025, the City Council adopted the Public Art Master Plan, which helped establish the policy for the public art within the city. Planning Department completed the Milpitas Gateway Main Street Specific Plan update. The plan provides new visions and strategic policy framework to guide redevelopments and transform this area into a more attractive and vibrant destinations. They also complete the modernization of the city zoning ordinance. Currently, they are developing the conceptual design for the park and trail within the innovation district of the Metro Specific Plan areas. The design will be established the baseline concept and the preliminary cost estimates to guide future development of this area. Traffic sections secure a $1 million earmark for the bicycle improvements along Abo Street, Main Street, and Milpitas Boulevard corridor. The project will be completed by this June. Go back, please. The last project on this list is the Cardoza Park Dixon Landing Park Softball Field Feasibility Study. The study explores options to renovate this park to provide home field for the softball league. Staff will be meeting with the softball league representative in March to present the finding and gather the feedback. The design and construction section is managing the replacement of the modular building at Fire Station number 1 that is anticipated to be complete in April. This building will serve as the venue for firefighting academy, various training courses, and additional office space during significant emergency events. Public Work Operation team recently completed several projects, include the installation of vehicle canopy at Fire Station number 1 and number 4, to provide the shade parking for the fire apparatus, installation of address lettering at City Hall, and the replacement of the fuel dispenser at the Public Works Corporation Yard building. Staff will also complete the modernization of the library elevators by April. The project will restore reliable operations and improve the security and accessibility for the community. Another project nearing the completion is the replacement of the 7 scoreboard at Milpitas Sports Center, Cardoza Park, and Dixon Landing. The demolitions of the scoreboard is completed, and the new scoreboard are anticipated to be in operation by the end of spring. In the next few slides, we will discuss the work plan that are scheduled to start or be completed in fiscal year 26-27. Staff is expecting to deliver 11 major capital improvement projects to the community in the amount of 21 million.
So before we move on to that one, I'd like to ask questions.
Sure, yeah.
Because, So are there any questions for the previous slide? Because I had one on, if you can go to slide, I think it was 4 for Hammond Road.
Hammond Way. Yeah, one more.
The first one.
Yes.
So I just want to thank staff for their due diligence, because we got a lot of complaints from the smash and grabs, because it was so dark, and then you have people doing the, what do you call those? Donuts, because it's so dark over there. So I'm really glad that you guys, staff was able to prioritize that, because from my understanding, you guys contacted PG&E, but it was going to cost a lot, right? So this was the alternative, and this is really good. And that the fact that you're going to look at other places where you can use that the solar lighting. The other thing, how long does that battery? You said 10 to 12 years.
Yep.
How much does it cost?
It have the life cycle of 10 to 12 years, but with this installation, it come with the 8-year warranty. And the
good.
cost to replace the battery, I believe it's 500 to 600 bucks.
Oh, that's not bad. That's good. That is really good. So I'm so glad you guys did that. The community, they're very happy out there. The next one, slide is, I think, slide 6, Dempsey Road. So this area we've been bringing this up all the time, because it's been one of those areas that the piping, the conduits on the bottom of the street. So right now, it's going to be slurry sealed and then sealed.
So the water main project is completing. The next project is to resurface the whole street. So
Okay.
it's going to be grind and overlay for most of the area. Some area we're gonna do the base repair as well if the condition is really bad. So after the resurfacing this street, you're gonna see the brand new street there.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's been an ongoing issue, but I'm glad that project is going to be completed. And it'll be completed when?
By summer.
Summertime? Okay, yeah. All right, any questions? We have a Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what Mayor said about the Hammond project. And I'm so excited when I saw that, as you can tell. Because this is like a few years ago when we went to the conference and we saw this demonstration of this solar thing. And it's just exciting to see it. And I thought they were just giving us a sales pitch, but you guys are doing it. So thank you so much. That's awesome. And also want to ask about Strict Rock Park. What exactly are we doing there? Is just fixing this one?
Yeah, so for Straight Rock Park, we're fixing the asphalt pathway. As you can see the before pictures, the asphalt is cracking, damage, is non-ADA compliant, causing tripping hazard.
Right. Yeah, I've
So
seen
we
that. Yeah.
remove the asphalt and repave it to be ADA compliant.
But we're not doing anything else, right?
As part of this project, that is only scope, yes.
Okay.
However, during the ARPA project, that you guys approved for us to make improvements to about 20 projects a few years ago.
Yes.
We did substantial improvements to the amenities, such as replacement of tables, picnic tables, and some minor repairs around there. I can't remember all of them. It's been a little bit. But one thing that we identified during that project was this asphalt pavement was getting pretty bad. So we found an opportunity to repair it this go around. So
I think from the ARPA thing, we have $4.3 million for the 20 parks or something.
correct.
That's
That's
less.
correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job on those. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, we have Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah, I have a question about the solar street light. Do we have other plans to install more street lights? For example, as some of the street lights go off or the light bulb is not functioning, can we replace it by the solar light?
So right now, as Ka mentioned, this is a pilot program. First of all, we would like to track or evaluate its performance, reliability, because we always hear from our vendors say this is a good product, it's reliable, but we want to do this pilot, we want to track its performance. And so that kind of like we don't have any future plan to expand to like kind of what you address. But the next step that we want to look into is the park lighting. So as mentioned, Senate Park going to be the next implementation site to start the kind of like similar pilot program for the park system.
Just to piggyback, but on your question a little bit more in depth, is that for existing streetlights that are in place, we will maintain the current standard procedures on those. There are no plans to convert those to solar. It's just not very cost effective. However, we're going to use these streetlights for cases like this where there is lack of lighting, that we can evaluate and be at a cheaper cost. This situation or this area here, the biggest challenge that we had was PG&E and bringing power to this area. It was roughly 1,500 feet away. And that really increased the cost of the streetlights. Pole for pole, it's the same cost with the different operations that would cost a little bit. However, bringing power to these streetlights or this section is what increased the cost. And so there could be opportunities that there are lack of lightings, and we want to consider this as an option, as a cheaper option, as we're finding out. Okay.
We have Councilmember Lynn.
Okay. I want to say thank you for having the library elevator completed by April, I heard.
Yes.
It is for the safety reasons, and if we can have it sooner than April, it'll be greatly appreciated, because for the elder people with babies, with strollers, or with books that's donating to the library, they have to go around, and sometimes cars are driving up the ramp. So thank you. I was not going to say, but you volunteer me for the comment. So there it goes.
Thank you. I want to piggyback on Councilmember Lynn's on the comments on the elevator. Yeah, it's already been over, is it over 2 years now? That they've been, and so I'm really surprised that we haven't gotten sued by the ADA, American Disabilities Act.
Don't say that.
No, I'm really glad that this is a priority, and it's already been over a year. It's just I'm glad that we're finally moving on it. But from I think you guys did fix it, but then it got destroyed again. That's what happened. Okay. And I think that people need to know that you did, because people are saying that, why haven't you fixed the elevators? But you have, but they get destroyed again. So I just want to make that public. Okay, thank you. All right, next.
All right. Senate Park. Okay. So for Senate Park, staff anticipate bringing the construction contract award for Senate Park playground renovation to the City Council in April. This new all-inclusive playground will be ADA compliant and equipped with various play structures such as zip line, slides, and swing. The resurface will be rubberized and it will be enclosed by fence for security. The renovation is estimated at 1.5 million and expected to be completed by spring of next year. As mentioned on the previous slide, staff will begin with the planning for the design and installation of the solar lighting along the park pathway.
Oh, that's good.
I like that. I just want to. Oh, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm just excited again. This is an exciting evening. Anyway, you know how long they've been, I get like emails and texts, and we visited the park how many times? Matt was there, Mayor was there, I was there several times, and we met with the residents, and this is beautiful. So thank you. Another thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
I think
That deserves applause. Thank you so much.
Next slide. This year, engineering section will complete 2 street resurfacing projects. The first project shown on the map to the left include Dempsey Road and Great Mall Parkway Phase 2. The construction contract was recently awarded for 4.2 million. The project is anticipated to be complete this summer. The second project will resurface the Yellowstone Avenue areas and the neighborhood south of Yosemite Drive, as shown on the map to the right. The project will be completed by this fall. The construction is estimated at 4.5 million. The current PCI rating for this street is ranged between 20 to 30, and it will increase to 100 upon the completions. Next slide, please. The traffic section will complete the design of the resurface of street at Peter Gill Park neighborhood by this fall and start the constructions next spring, spring of 2027. Upon the completions, the PCI of this street is expected to improve between 80 to 100. The construction of the South Milpitas Boulevard Road extension is expected to begin this summer and is expected to be complete in 2028. The construction cost is estimated at 6.5 million, with $3 million funded by federal earmark, which is secured last September. This has been a very complex interagency collaboration effort led by engineering teams with the support from our Assistant City Manager Matt Keno and Acting City Attorney Chris Krish. Staff worked diligently with Valley Water District, the property owner, to acquire the necessary land right and clearance required by Caltrans. So thank you both for their support. Upon the completions, the construction of the Tango Park will begin. Staff is currently working with the design. The implementation of these two projects in Tango District represent another milestone in advancing the visions of the Metro Specific Plan. Over the past few years, the city have partnered with the developers to enhance this area by constructing the public linear park and trail that was completed in 2024 and extending portion of the South Milpitas Boulevard and Sango Court. The last portion of the Sango Court extension is currently under the construction. The key infrastructure improvement needed to achieve the full connectivity between the nearby neighborhood, school, park, Great Mall, and BART station is the pedestrian overcrossing bridge, which is highlighted in red. The design is completed, but the project is not currently funded. Staff will continue to pursue grant funding opportunity to advance the constructions. As briefly discussed on previous slide, Tango Park construction will begin in 2028 after the completion of the road extensions. The project is expected to finish in 2029. The park will be constructed on two parcels that are offset from one another and separated by Sango Court. The improvement consists of multi-use space for all ages, include community gardens, dog play area, fitness station, sport court, picnic area, playground, and the walking pathway that will connect to the existing Rashborn Park located to the south. It is also important to note that the development of this nearly 5 acres park will significantly increase the ongoing maintenance needs. To keep the park clean, safe, and in good condition for the community, additional staffing and operating fund will be required. As the project progresses forward, Public Works will evaluate the long-term maintenance demands and return to the council with the request for necessary resources to properly maintain this facility. The Public Works facility team will bring the construction contracts award in the amount of $430,000 to the City Council in March for the building exterior coating and modernization of the Milpitas Sports Center. The renovation will address the water intrusion concern and enhance the facility appearance, which will provide a similar look as the rendering shown on this slide. The work will also include the painting of the air reservoir tank adjacent to the building. The project anticipated to be completed this fall. The annual sidewalk repair program addressed the non-ADA compliant sidewalk and remove trip hazard to ensure a safe path of travel for the community. The prioritization of this repair is based on the assessment, survey requests from the community, and safe route to school. In early 2025, staff completed minor repair to approximately 700 location sidewalk. And last week, the City Council awarded the construction contract in the amount of $700,000 to replace sidewalk at 195 locations, which anticipate to be complete by fall of 2026. Here are a few key projects that anticipate to start the next fiscal years. Traffic section received a $2.9 million federal grant to improve the safety along school route. Staff finalized the funding agreement with the federal last month, and we'll begin the design. Implementation of the safety improvement is expected to begin in 2028. The construction of the facility for McKinley's well is under construction right now and is anticipated to be in operation next year. This well will meet the water demands and storage requirement mandated by the state to serve the gateway and metro specific plan areas. Public Work Facility team is anticipating to complete the kitchen remodel at Fire Station number 1 and the replacement of the police department evidence freezers that have exceeded their service life. The design and construction team held the bid opening for Calaveras medium improvements yesterday, and we'll bring the construction contract to the City Council for consideration next month. The project is anticipated to be complete by the end of summer. Staff will also complete the assessment of the 40-year-old community center building to determine the conditions and necessary improvement of the roof, structure, electrical, and mechanical system. The environmental clearance and the design for force main A replacement is expected to be complete by spring of 2027. The construction cost is estimated at $20 million and is planned to be funded in accordance with the sewer rate study. Utility engineering will complete the replacement of 20 water valves at Gibraltar pump stations that have reached the end of their service life. The replacement will ensure uninterrupted operations of this critical facility for storing and delivering water to the community. Lastly, Planning Department anticipates completing the update of the Milpitas Gateway Main Street fee study and sense of place plan by June.
We can pause
Okay,
there.
so
and
any questions? So we have Councilmember Lamb, did you say you had a question?
Yeah, just wondering on slide 13, how do you come up with the PCI rating? Is that based on consulting or do you guys do the study or?
We have rule of thumbs.
Oh,
Okay, so for an example, if you're going to reconstruct the road,
Mhm.
like a 2-inch, you grind the top few layers, then repave it, you can automatically go to 100 PCI on that value. When you do a more of a road preservation, for an example, where you do crack seal or a slurry over it, that only gets you about 20 PCI. However, it extends a life between 5 to 10 years. So you probably, the area to the right side, that's going to be a preservation project slurry. And those are in the 50s to 60s. We'll be able to preserve those streets for another 5 to 10 years and increase the PCI by 20. So we'll be up between where we want to be 70 to 80s, you know, and that helps us with our overall PCI is by the quantity. Now on the roads off to the right, I'm sorry, to the left, those are in need of reconstruction. Those are in the 30s, 20s, and 30s. So by resurfacing with the grind and overlay or reconstruction or rehabilitation method, we'll get those to 100 PCI. So depending on the method is what the PCI will be. You know, we balance the preservation versus the reconstruction.
I'm going to add just a comment to
Okay.
that, Councilmember Lamb. You may recall, we don't do condition assessments in-house, our own staff. MTC runs the Bay Area's pavement condition efforts through what is referred to as a PTAP program, Pavement Technical Assistance Program. I'm looking at you, but I'm looking also directly past you at Roberto for reassurance or confirmation. MTC does assessments for the communities every 2 years, and the condition index is a 3-year moving average. We have a 71 PCI at the moment, which is tied with the cities of Fremont and Newark. And in a few minutes, another exciting thing we're about to propose is a strategic use of our money and see if we can increment that to 72 and possibly even 73 into the future. Okay, I'm done.
thank you.
Councilmember Chua?
Can we go back to Calaveras, Boulevard Median? Can you add 2 or 3 sentences exactly what we're doing there? Next one.
Yep.
That one.
Yep. Thank you, Council Member, for the questions. So we have the bid opening yesterday. The bid come within the budget. So we're planning to go to the council next month to award the contract. The scope of this work is to get rid of all the vegetations in this medium and we're gonna install the concrete cobblestone in the middle meandering. If you can maybe notice that meandering is 4 feet wide. We're gonna install that. And on both sides of that concrete, we're gonna install the red lava gravel. So that is one scope, and we also gonna restain the existing red or oranges concretes. As you can maybe, I don't see if you notice, we're gonna refresh those concretes so that it can increase the appearance of this medium as well.
Are we getting any assistance from the county on this Calaveras?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, is the
State.
state?
This is
Are we getting
with-
any?
No.
There, just real quick, and the team can talk more about this. We are not getting any assistance from the state, and we've had discussions with them. They do have a paving project funded for their section of Calaveras from around this location all the way to El Camino Real. And that project is in the design phase. And I think we're a few years away from seeing it under construction, but the repaving of Calaveras will be occurring in, I think, 2 to 3 years. We can follow up with a better schedule.
Thank you.
I think it's anticipated for 28, 29. That's what I recall.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Just to piggyback on that, I know they have a Caltrans, they have a beautification grants. And but because the state is in a deficit, you know, I don't think they're doing it anymore.
Yeah, we did meet with them a few months back, the Public Works team, and I was there as well. And we were really pushing them on the section that they're going to be paving, like in front of the Sarah Center, for example, to really see if during that project they can enhance the medians. We're going to keep pushing them on that. At this time, they don't have the money to enhance the medians during the paving project, though, but we're going to, keep pushing them to the extent we can.
Yeah, just to let you know, we had a group of people volunteers put in some oleanders. You probably noticed. So they're a little small ones, but they'll be blooming maybe about 2 years. Anyhow, can you put that slide back up? I had a question on that. So, this is the same, it parallels the same one on McCarthy Boulevard, right?
That is correct. The concept going to be very similar, except McCarthy, you have the tree on the side, but this one you are not allowed to put the tree because it's in Carter driveway.
Okay. One of the things I noticed is that the weeds come up, even though you have the gravel and all that, but can you ensure that they have a thicker lining? Because that way the weeds won't just pop up.
Yes, so as part of the improvement, we're gonna have the weed barrier installed below the gravel. So we're gonna take out the vegetation, install the weed barrier and put the gravel on top of
Yeah,
that.
that's really nice. I'm glad you're doing that because that's the first thing that people see when they come into our city. It's one of the entrance main, and we need to beautify that area. So kudos for that. I'm glad you're doing that. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any other questions? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
With regards to the PCI, do we have a mandate to have a 71, 72 PCI?
Can you repeat the question?
The answer is no.
Right. So what motivates us to have a 71, 72 PCI? I'm just trying to understand the.
I could touch on that because
Yes,
we're on the transportation subcommittee. And we're pushing because
Yeah,
people want to
motivation.
make sure that there's no potholes, that the streets are really maintained. So that's part of it.
Mayor.
Councilmember Chua.
And also, I think having the 70-ish up, like, I think I went through this before. For every like 71, it's millions of dollars to get there. Because I was hoping before that we can get, hey, why don't we shoot for 90? And they showed me
Expensive.
the numbers. I said, okay, we'll stay at 70s.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can can I amplify on that response, which is great, by the way. But a primary motivator is a road that's failed at a PCI of 50. The worse the road is, the more expensive it is to reconstruct it. So we have our primary motivator, aesthetic safety aside, is roads that have a pavement condition index of around 60 to 65 are optimal for us to be able to cost effectively preserve the condition of that road. So a road that has a failed PCI of 28, like Dempsey Road, is going to be expensive now to do a full grinding. A road that has condition index of 60, which is a result of many of the roads that we did a preservation project this past summer, those are exponentially cheaper for us to maintain in a state of good condition.
So, I've been getting complaints about Murphy Park. I think I mentioned that to you. The roads are really bad. You know, Murphy Park, right in front by
Yellowstone.
Rancho. Did you guys fix that or is that still
Yellowstone is actually,
tacky?
Yellowstone is actually, will be
Yellowstone, yeah,
repaved,
Yellowstone.
will be repaved next year.
Oh, next year.
Yeah, we
Okay, yeah.
identified
I
one
get
of
a lot
those
of
streets.
complaints about that road.
Exactly.
yeah.
And then we're also doing a new neighborhood adjacent to it.
Okay, okay, good. All right. So we have a.
Councilor
Follow-up.
Barbadillo, I wanted to
Yes.
also kind of add on that. Being in the 70s is considered good, good condition. Below 70 is in fair condition. Majority of the cities are in the 70 plus, right around 71, 72, 73. There are a few cities in the county that are in the 80s, but that's Cupertino. We all know why. However, the Bay Area average for all cities is 67. So we're right above that average, just to give you a little bit of context.
Okay, yeah, relating back to budget, so we've been doing this for a while, trying to be at par at 70s, right? And I think I heard, the cost of a repair versus, just reconditioning it is cheaper. So throughout the years that we've been abiding with the 70s, right? So do we have a idea of savings on what we recondition as to what we will repair or totally reconstruct? For example, Dempsey. I've traveled Dempsey several times, and that's really terrible, right? It is. And compared to Yosemite, you just did it because I live by that street. So the question is, for purposes of our budget discussion, right? So did it really save us? Let's say a span of 10 years, we did just recondition, obviously Yosemite several times during the 5-year cycle, as compared to we didn't do anything with Dempsey. Now we're on this budget. Now, we're projecting again. So did we really save by maintaining streets at par at 70s? Do we have a date on that? Or is it worth it, or let's just grind them and put a new one?
Great question.
Right.
We don't typically look at a road and quantify the cost of that road to do a preservation, like a cape seal, slurry seal, a micro surfacing, whatever technique we use, versus a full reconstruction, 3-4 inch grind and overlay. We don't normally assess one or the other. Ideally, we never have to have that type of equation in mind. We have a road that we know we can cost effectively for about a third of the price preserve and provide that and maintain the PCI of that road for sometimes 10 to 12 years before it starts to degrade back. And then we have roads like Dempsey where it's not even a conversation. We know that something like that, had we been able to preserve it decades ago, had the city and staff been able to invest and preserve that road, it would have costed us considerably less than do a full reconstruction that we're doing this summer.
Just a parting thought on PCI, and then I move to another one. Because here's my thinking, right? Let's say we have done, we have maintained a certain roadway for 10 years, doing enhance, reconditioning it for PCI. What would be the cost of that 10 years, or 15 years? Let's put 15, right? Because we do every 5. As compared to just digging it now, as to the cost of construction later, are we good on doing what we are doing? Well, we've been doing this for a while. There should be a data. For example, right? Let's say every 5 years we recondition, let's say 2 million each, then that's 2, 4, 6 million. I'm not good in math. Let's say 6 million. And then we know there's going to be an end of that road's life, however we recondition it. But if we do total reconstruction now, let's say it takes 10 million. So we save 4. However, if we look at that, we know that there's going to be a street end life in 15 years. The cost of reconstructing it in 15 years is to say 20. Do we have a data like that that we're trying to maintain PCI, but at the end of the of time, it will be more in construction? Shall we bite it now, or we keep on doing what we've been doing for a while?
Yeah, this is a good conversation. Yeah, I'm excited.
We might
I'm
save 4
excited.
million.
Yeah, let's have this conversation.
All right.
The city has not had a decades-long program where it does pavement maintenance or conditioning or preservation. Historically, unless I'm mistaken, every so number of years, the city will embark on an effort to preserve roads until the money expires. And we have about $4.5 million a year that we get for our roads. So normally what we do, and what I think has been done in the past, is people in my position and Lee Hawks and Michael's position is they do a careful assessment of the data that informs us through the PTAP reports that are provided to us. And then we tackle the roads that we feel we can most cost effectively preserve. It's not common for there to be a consistent effort on one distinct roadway. We're using Dempsey as an example, and let's say Dempsey was paved in 30 years ago. And we don't do preservation on that road every 5 years, every 6 years, so that today, when an informed vice mayor poses staff that question, we could say to you, yes, we have inflection points over the last 20, 30 years where every 5 years we've spent $1 million to preserve that road. Had we not done that, and had we not spent the $5 million over 25 years, every 5 years, today we would be looking at spending X number of dollars to completely reconstruct that road. Right. That's not how the business works. The business is simply informed on, you have a limited pot of money, how best do you use that money? And those decisions are driven mainly by preserving roads that are in decent condition, that are informed us through the PTAP reports.
So it's money driven?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask another question. That is great.
No, I mean, money driven. Okay. I thought it's, a long term. All right. I'll let you go of that, Chris.
Yeah.
Last question. Right. So I saw that, we're having projects with trail, pedestrian, and bicycle master plan. How much are we devoting to that? I mean, at least 26, 27. I remember. There's one by the extension. I saw that, and there's another one just before this presentation.
So
okay.
So you want to talk about Strathroth Parkway?
No, actually, okay. I'll start from the bottom. The reason I'm asking this is we have devoted funds and projects with regards to bike trails. I mean, bike plans, right? We talk about that. Are people using it?
Are people using the bike and trail?
Yes.
I assume so.
Right. The reason I ask that is since we're devoting energy, money on trail, pedestrian, and bike master plans, why don't we ask Recreation Department to enhance our to encourage people to the trails and bikes. So that, if you go to Mountain View, there's a lot of bicycles there. If you go somewhere else, but I seldom see people riding their bicycles here. And we're trying to enhance the bicycle network. So it's put to use.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the comment. I was just gonna add that our Parks, Recreation and Cultural Resources Commission, with merging of commissions a few years ago, they have now oversee recommendations to you all on trails as well and bicycles. So they're actually working on a call to action campaign in the month of May, which is Bicycle Month, to start that effort to really promote that out into the public. There was a lot of work out in the community, I believe that our planning department did, as well as some project staff regarding getting feedback from the community about how they use the park, the trails, and the bicycle and pedestrian pathways. So that effort is underway to start promoting that. And then I know that we've been working with some of the local bicycle coalitions on improving the maps and redistributing those out to the public. So great comment, and there is some work on that right now.
All right, let's put that to thing, and then let's say free tour to the mayor's office, something like that. If you do the bicycle, but because it's since we're improving infrastructure, and it will also enhance people's lives, right? Health and everything. So not only that we're beautifying and making sure that the network is safe for pedestrians, trails, and bicycles, but encourage people to use them. We're spending 94 million, I saw, right, for 5 to 10 years plan. Thank you.
If I could add something to that as well, that work is actually being done as well through Charmaine and through the PIO work that she's doing and the videos to enhance or to promote the different businesses and the different activities in Milpitas. And I'm glad you asked that question because it highlights an opportunity for Charmaine to also kind of speak to that, and the community that's listening can hear about that as well.
Yeah.
Just to further add to that, so we actually receive grant dollars from the VTA, and it's called the Bike Education and Encouragement Plan. So we already have started developing outreach materials, starting with bike safety videos. We also participate in workshops. So admittedly, we have some challenges because unlike our neighboring cities, we're not there yet in terms of being considered like a bike-friendly city. So at the moment, we are more focused on educating people about the availability of these facilities, especially the infrastructure that our engineering and public works team have already started working on. And then like a key initiative that's upcoming is the announcement or the launch of the new bike map, because we have not updated the bike map in decades, I believe. So that's in play as well. So
it's an interdepartment effort. It seems like it's going to be an interdepartment effort. It's going to be big. How about free bikes? Do we have budget for free bikes?
Actually, we do give out bikes, Vice Mayor, to our low-income households every year. So we work with our solid waste team to do that. And so, yes, that's actually also part of it. Yeah.
And I was also going to add that the grant allows us to buy e-bikes as part of a contest. So as long as it's within an outreach campaign, then VTA will refund us for the e-bikes. So that's also part of our scope of work.
Let's give them the manual bike. All right, thank you. Thank you for the comments and nice to know.
Okay, we have Councilmember Chua. Thank you, Mayor. Director Christian, since you're asking for questions.
I knew it.
Here's one.
Yes,
It's very easy. Okay. So you mentioned that decisions are based on funds. When you do the what is it called? The maintenance, or what's the other word?
Preservation.
Yeah, better word. Preservation of the streets. What is the lowest PCI do we have And I know the highest is around 70. What's the lowest? I know Dempsey is 24. Is there lower than Dempsey that we don't know about?
There may be, but
There's one,
there's one, okay.
There is one? Where is that at?
Hammond.
Hammond?
Hammond, oh, yeah,
Oh.
because of the trucks.
That's probably the worst street that we are in. We're looking
Okay.
into that.
So my question is, how do you make your decision which ones to do? Because you have the funding constraint and you have this PCI that are, flashing in front of you. So what do you do? How do you decide?
Well, I asked for that question. I admit it. I admit it, and now I'm stumbling. I mean, the easy answer would be, we would ask council for money. That would be the easy answer. But, as I had mentioned, we have through various funding mechanisms, transportation-related funding mechanisms, Measure B, SB1, whatever it may be. We have $4.5 million that come in every year. Right, we know that, so that's been fairly consistent, give or take $100,000. So sometimes staff and I will discuss a road like Hammond Way that has a pavement condition index somewhere in the 20s. It wouldn't look any different than Dempsey. I mean, it'd be almost indistinguishable, right? At that level, they failed to such a degree it's indistinguishable, and we will determine what is the full cost for that project to do a full reconstruction. If it is something that is initially prohibitively expensive, if one single road would be $7-8 million in its totality, because we do the construction, then we have to do ADA compliance improvements in conjunction with the road.
Right.
Then that's where staff and I decide this is going to be a long-term project that we will have to slowly and incrementally accrue enough funds over a period, sometimes 2, 3, 4 years before we can tackle a project of that magnitude. Those kind of projects are not grant eligible. There's never a grant that's going to, be given to a city to do something like that. So, so we would begin to slowly parse some money and set that money aside so that one day we can do a full reconstruction project. And as I mentioned, otherwise, in the absence of that, the money is spent to optimize and maximize our delivery to the community. That is, we have money, we will spend it on preserving roads so that those roads for the next 10, 12 years, we talked about 5 years, but really you don't do a preservation on a project on a road every 5 years. If something went awry, if you're doing it that quickly, you would do one every 10 to 12 years. So that is our effort. But as I mentioned, the city hasn't had a decades-long program where it does both concurrently every single summer, a preservation project and a reconstruction project. This is relatively a novel movement that the department is undertaking years. Just want to be clear.
Wouldn't it be prudent to, I know you mentioned that it's always within the range of 4.4, 4.5. Wouldn't it be prudent to kind of estimate higher or ask for more every year so you're not at that level every year?
Though the funding that we receive is formula based. We don't ask for $4.5 million. If we could ask, we would ask for it grows over the years. We will see that incrementally get larger. But then there's a whole other discussion about the transition to EVs and how people are using less gas and what happens to the gas tax that you pay right now on per gallon basis. And some of that will be funneled away from municipalities and counties, right? So that's a whole other conversation that's happening on the transportation industry. $4.5 million is more or less what we get, unless it's through an application for a grant like OBAG, One Bay Area grant that we were successful and we're doing Great Mall Phase 2 through that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chu, I wanted to
Yes.
expand on that. The $4.5 million that we receive is through 3 funds. It's SB1, Measure B, and VRF. They tell us the monies that they're going to give us. And typically it's right about 4.5. Sometimes there's years that we get a little bit more. a little bit, but I wish, like Christian says, we could ask for a lot more so we can do more money, but that's what we're given. The good thing is, we've been seeing good bids come in, and it's actually helping us extend that dollar a little bit more. So, if these bids keep on coming in, we get to kind of look for the next future and do more streets as possible. So as long as those bids keep on getting as low as possible, we keep on expanding our program as much as we can next year for the following years.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
good.
and then one thing that we got several years ago that actually has helped us nowadays is the OBAG grant. Even though it was about $1.5 million, that stretched our dollar for what we're doing today. So we last year, like we talked about, we went after, I can't remember the grant, I think it was a CTC grant. We were trying to get $3 million. If we get that $3 million, that's, takes us to the next level. But unfortunately, we didn't. So we just got to continue looking for grant opportunities and, do our best with the $4.5 million projections that we get on it. Stretch it as best as we can.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
If I
Anyone
can,
else?
just remind council that we do have proposals to still get to. This is just all the amazing stuff that they've done so far. We also have the amazing stuff that they want to do. So just wanted to throw that reminder out there.
Okay, we have
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, I have a couple more quick questions. Last week, the council awarded the construction contract in the amount of 700 to repair sidewalks in 195 locations. I'm pretty sure there are more than 195 locations we need to repair. Do we wait for the next opportunity grant to do the next phase? Or what's the plan for that?
So Council, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So this is the annual sidewalk repair program. So we're gonna implement that annually. So as part of the annual program, we have the consultant go to do the assessments throughout the whole city and identify the deficiency. Any minor sidewalk repair, they will repair as I mentioned early 2025. We do the minor sidewalk repair of 700 locations. Those are just by grinding and sliding. So you don't need to replace the whole sidewalk. Any sidewalk deficiency that is more than 2 inches, we have to take it out and replace it brand new. So this project is going to replace 195 locations. And the next year, we're going to do another assessment. We're going to identify other areas that have deficiency, and we're going to continue to repair our street accordingly.
Now, to expand on that a little bit more also, is that we do have a limited budget. So we set a goal of an annual budget, and you'll see it here in our proposal, $600,000 a year for these sidewalks. And that's not enough to fix all the sidewalks at one time. There is what we try to do also is we kind of wrap this program into our street resurfacing program, where their work comes ahead of the resurfacing program. And then we come back and do so it's kind of like a 2-tier process. The sidewalks will get fixed all in that area before the street resurfacing project comes in and does the paving and the major curb ramp work and the major curb and gutter. So we're attacking areas simultaneously. Also, another thing that we also respond to as part of this program is service requests from the community. If they identify something, that's something that we want to kind of address right away.
Okay. The next question is related to McKenda's well project. Can you educate me, why do we need a well project?
So as a specific plan for the task area, we were adding, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jay, 7,000 residents. So our current supply levels did not allow for an additional 7,000 supply. So therefore, based on our studies and our master planning, we had to implement a new a new tank that can store the water demand for that area. One thing here in the future that we will have to install is also a reservoir, because we have to meet certain water demands and certain supply that are mandated by the state. So that's the reason why we're building McCandless well. And also it becomes a supplement to our water supply of Hetch Hetchy and Valley Water. So it's actually a backup system to our water supply.
These are unfunded mandates, right?
Unfunded mandates?
The water that, the Valley Water, they require us to have these reservoirs because of all the housing that we're building.
That is correct. That'd
But
be the
these are
state.
unfunded, where they're not giving us money to build
No.
these, so that's what, that's my argument right there.
Yeah.
Because it's housing elements. Never mind, I'm not gonna go there. It's not just our city, it's all the cities.
That is correct.
I remember more than 10 years ago, when the city raised the water rate, at that time, the city advertised or telling us that we're gonna do a reservoir nearby or develop a reservoir, and I haven't heard anything since then. Is that project abandoned or is the reservoir? I assume that there's a reservoir up on the hill. I seen it, and then but I'm not sure what the status is.
I'm not sure what reservoir you're referring to.
Michael, there is a reservoir in the master plan. It's called for that Councilmember is referring to, and I can re-provide the information from the master plan. Right now, we don't have any near-term plans to move forward with that, but it is in the future master plan.
Correct.
And we can provide council details on that from the master plan as a follow-up from this meeting.
I think, yeah, I know we have to build wells to sustain water for those new housing, and in the future, those reservoirs, percolating ponds, I guess. Okay, anyone else? I have a question on that one that we were just, the continuity of the parks. So we had a meeting there at one time, and what's the name of that park? It's got a weird name. Ross World, what?
Rathbone.
Augustus Rathbone Park.
Look at that name. Anyhow, so the residents, they're concerned, they would like to see some water fountains there or water faucets. Some of them said they wanted a bathrooms, but they can always go to their home with it because it's right there. That would be, I think that would be a big problem, especially with the Sango apartments there. If we put, I wouldn't want to see bathrooms there because, yeah. So you mentioned it's going to be a continuity. There's not going to be a fence there.
That is correct. So that's not going, we're gonna remove the fence between the Rashborn Park and the new
Are
park.
you sure that's a good idea? Because there's a lot of things that are happening at those apartments, and the residents are they're already complaining about thefts and all kinds of things going on. So I don't know, you might want to rethink that. Maybe maybe an in and out gate or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we will take a look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
feedback.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it then. I'll just go ahead and let you continue.
Sure. The following section will be the discussions of the proposed 5-year budget of the capital improvement program. Next slide, please. Before diving into the budget discussion and analysis, here are the overview of what the capital improvement program is. The program is a comprehensive 5-year budgeting and planning tool for the city infrastructures that is updated annually. The document identifies city priority capital projects for new infrastructures, as well as the repair and replacement of the existing infrastructures. It outlines the improvements, associated costs, project schedule, and its funding sources. The document is categorized into 6 categories, including community, park, street, water, sewer, and storm drain improvements. Only the funding requests in the first year of the capital improvement projects are funded, which will be effective starting July 1st. Projects in the subsequent 4 years may be partially funded or not funded at all based on the projected available funding. During the budget process, funding requests for both existing and new projects are reviewed and prioritized by engineering and finance. Each request is evaluated based on council priority, legal mandates, health and safety needs, grant eligibility, and many other factors as listed on this slide. One is prioritized. The requests are reviewed with the city manager's office before final recommendations are presented to the city council for approval. The 5-year budget that is brought forward tonight consists of 138 projects for an estimated budget amount of 206 million. This slide includes the breakdown of the project cost and the corresponding number of the project in each category. The total cost of the city infrastructure improvement without funding source in the last 4 years is 22.6 million. The cost mainly associated with the backlog improvements in the community, park, and street category. This slide summarizes the estimated project cost, projected available funding, and the funding need per fiscal year over the next 5 years. The first row shows the estimated project cost for an estimate of 206 million. And the next row shows the projected available funding of about 160 million, followed by the anticipated grant funding and external financing. The bottom row represents the funding gap total at 22.6 million over the last 4 years of the budget. This table provides a summary of the funding distribution for fiscal year 26-27 across each category, with the total budget of 35.7 million. Majority of the funding contribution are from tax impact fee and the street fund, which focus on street and park improvement. I will pause here a few seconds so that you can review this table. Next slide, please. Oh.
You have a question, William? Anyone have a question?
Next slide. This slide summarizes the proposed funding for each category in fiscal year 26-27, which the funding will be available starting July 1st. Staff is recommending to fund 39 projects for an estimated amount of 35.7 million. Majority of the funding will be allocated to the project in street and park category, which account for almost 70% of the proposed funding. I will present these 39 projects in the next few slides. These are the 8 projects proposed to be funded in the community category. Majority of the projects are for the upkeep of the city existing infrastructures. A total of approximately 1.1 million is being allocated for various building improvements, including the exterior painting of Sacra-Clis building, on-call facility and maintenance services, and the improvement of the HVAC system at Sports Center, Fire Station number 3, and Senior Center. The only new project recommended to be added to this category is the implementation of real-time monitoring center at Police Department. This center will enable the police department to use live data and technology to support officer and investigation in real time. The implementation will improve response efficiency, enhance deployment decisions, and reduce unnecessary field response for non-urgent situations. Here are the 5 projects in park category being recommended to fund in the amount of 12.3 million. As mentioned previously, the design of Tango Park is anticipated to be complete by early next year. The funding request of 10.6 million is for the construction and expect to start in 2028, pending the completion of the road extensions. Last summer, the National Park Services award the grant for approximately 300,000 for the construction of large dog play area at Delano Manong Park. The project will be built after the completion of McKinley's Well. 2 new projects are being recommended. The first one is for the park pathway improvements. This project will repair and upgrade the deteriorating pathway at various parks to enhance the accessibility and comply with ADA standards. Staff recommend funding 1 million from park funds, and we have identified Foothill, Starlight, Sunny Hill, Albert Augustine, and Ben Roger as the top priority park. The next project is for the Delano Manong Sport Field artificial turf replacement. This project is to replace the existing natural grass at Delano Manong Park with artificial turf. The current natural grass is in poor condition due to year-round usage and program activity. As a result, the grass field does not have adequate time to rest and reestablish. Restoring the natural grass is estimated to cost up to $500,000 and would still require usage restrictions to maintain the quality. And based on our experience with the current artificial turf football field at Sports Center, artificial turf provides a more durable and cost-effective solution for high-use field that can support the continuous play without any downtime. The proposed funding of $300,000 is for the design, and the construction is estimated at 1.5 million, which can be funded by tax impact fee.
I just want to make a comment on the Delano Manong's grass. It's really bad. I mean, you have areas that are just no grass, and then there's a lot of holes, and yeah, so I really think that it needs synthetic grass there. It's pretty bad.
All right. Here are the 12 projects recommended to be funded in street category. Majority of these projects are for the annual maintenance and improvement of the city street and sidewalk infrastructures. There are 2 projects that I would like to bring to your attention. The first one is the exit traffic safety improvements. This project provides for the installation of the retro-reflective backplate and leading pedestrian interval at all 72 city-owned traffic signal locations. Staff secure a $2 million federal grant from Local Highway Safety Improvement Program with the city local match of $230,000, which is funded by gas tax. The design phase was funded at last council meeting, and the funding request of 1.9 million is for the installation of the improvement, which is anticipated to start in 2028. The next project is the roadway preservation program. Staff recommend establishing the new roadway preservation program to help maintaining and improving the city overall PCI rating of 70 or higher. This program will focus on the street with PCI rating between 50 and 70, and using the cost-effective treatment like slurry seal or cape seal to extend the pavement's life and prevent further deteriorations. This treatment can help reduce long-term maintenance costs and avoid streets from falling into poor conditions, which would require a much more expensive repair. According to the 2024 PTAP report, an investment of $700,000 is needed to achieve 1 point increase of city overall PCI goal. Based on that, staff recommend allocating $700,000 from gas tax on the biannual basis to proactively maintain our roading network. Here are the 6 projects recommended to be funded in the amount of 3.4 million. A total of approximately 2.8 million is recommended for the last 4 projects listed on this table to assess the city water infrastructures and improve the fire flow capacity for the community as identified in the ADOPT master plan. The first table includes 6 sewer projects being recommended to fund by sewer fund in the amount of 6.6 million. Approximately 70% of the funding is for the city contribution to the rehabilitation projects at San Jose wastewater facility. Staff recommend funding 3 projects in the total amount of 1.7 million for the inspection of city pipeline and improvement the critical sewer line as identified in the ADOPT sewer master plan. The second table includes 2 projects recommended to be funding under storm category. One of these is the new project focused on the implementations of citywide green infrastructure improvements. This project provides for the feasibility study and design to implement green storm drain infrastructure improvements as required by the new state mandate to reduce the stormwater pollutant, control runoff, and improve local water quality. Under the regional stormwater permit, the county of Santa Clara is required to treat 46 acres of impervious surfaces And the city of Milpitas must treat 5 acres in the next few years. Staff recommend funding 200,000 from the Storm Drain General Fund to complete the study. The full improvement cost will be determined after the feasibility study is completed. That is correct. Here are the 5 projects that are being recommended to be funded by the General Government CIP Fund in the amount of 1.65 million. 4 are the existing projects that for the building improvements such as building exterior improvements, on-call facility maintenance, and city building HVAC system improvements. 1 new project is listed to the right is the real-time monitoring centers. So the next section will be the discussion of the project with no funding. And I will hand over this to the city engineer, Michael Silvera.
Would you guys like for me to pause for you guys to discuss that or for me to keep going?
Councilmember Lamb. Wow.
Let's go back to 25. Yeah, so let's go to slide 25.
Yeah.
Why would 27, 28 the number would be double as next year? 70 million instead of 35.
A good portion of that money is going to be for a finance project for Force Main A. So you see that amount really increase based on that project for the Force Main A project. We'll be coming back to council next year requesting $20 million for this Force Main A project. Replacement of it. And currently right now we're working with San Jose to find a suitable alignment that will work for both of us.
The Force Main A is, can you expand on that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Please.
So our sewer all goes to our main lift station there off McCarthy. And then from there, it goes into San Jose's wastewater treatment plant. So that pipeline from the station to San Jose plant is 50 years old and has exceeded its life, service life. So now we're in the middle of looking to replace it. And next year we should be ready to construct and be coming back to council for requesting for $20 million to replace that line. That's the estimate right
And
now.
Michael, that money would be financed based on the rates, the rate payers and the sewer rates, right?
That is correct. So based on you want to speak a little bit more to this, Chris, as you did the rate study?
Yes. The rate study assumed the construction would be about $20 million for the pipe. We have 2 pipes. We have Force Main A and Force Main B. One is redundant to the other in case one goes offline. The rate study that was performed and presented to council by yours truly a few years ago baked in the assumption that we would finance for the construction activity, whether it's a bond, an SRF loan, or an iBank loan, whatever instrument it is, that we would finance for the construction of that. And the debt service was going to be recovered through the approved rates. Whether or not we actually secure financing in fiscal year 27, 28 is still up in the air at the moment. A lot of that will be predicated on when we will exactly complete design and be ready to go through a financing application effort.
Okay, that's 20 million. And what else that puts up that number?
So in addition to the 20 million for the Force Main A, we have budgeted 9 million, closer to 10 million for the contribution to the San Jose wastewater facility. So that's another 10 million.
So there's an annual contribution that we have to pay San Jose for their capital improvement projects. So that's an annual. So right now their estimate for next year is over $9 million.
Every year we have 2 obligations to San Jose. We don't have our own wastewater facility, thank goodness. But we have 2 obligations every year. We pay a treatment portion obligation that is based on the amount of flow and the strength that is in that flow. I won't get into the gory details about sewer and the strength of that flow. And the other obligation is we own rights to 7% of San Jose's treatment capacity when they have a capital improvement program, and they have a $2 billion capital improvement program, long-term capital improvement program. We are obligated to pay 7% of that initiative. So every year, from year to year, based on their capacity, we will see our contribution to their CIP funding efforts go like this, right? And it's entirely up to them, and we have no way of knowing from year to year. They submit to us preliminary 5-year numbers, but those change all the time. So next year, we are seeing a spike in our contribution for their capital program.
Okay, that's about 30 million. Anything extra?
There's some park projects like Sandalwood Park, the 2.2 millions. That is for the improvement of park at Sandalwood. And we have the budget for the Lano Manong soccer field artificial turf replacement of 1.5 millions. So the total is right here is another 4 million there.
Okay, that's about 34, yeah.
Yep.
A little bit of history. So we were part of the tributary agencies. We sued the San Jose. I mean, but it was costing us too much, and the cities winded up just folding because it was just too much money. We were spending too much money to try to get, a fair outcome because we pay a lot. But, that's the nature of the beast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, on page 28. On 28, yeah. Last year, didn't we spend some money fixing the HVAC system in the city hall? Why do we need to do this again?
So thank you, council members. So the improvement for this year for the HVAC will be happen at Sports Center, Fire Station number 3, and Senior Center. It's different facility.
Well, that was last year.
The city hall.
So something wrong? It's not fixed yet.
It's not.
We pay the money.
We had a series of HVAC failures that resulted in an emergency declaration in order to expeditiously make those repairs. And some of those repairs included new boilers. And the issue with City Hall being cold right now is a meter on the PG&E side that needs to be replaced so it feeds proper calibrated gas to the facility. Now, we spend money to do, there is continual investments that need to be made in the facility. And one of those probably the major investment that will have to be made in the not too distant future is replacing the chillers with the entire AC system. The chillers are at the very roof of City Hall. And if you haven't been there, Samu and I will be happy to walk you through that project one of these days on a nice warm evening.
Okay, I'd love to do that.
That is anticipated. There are funds available for the chiller replacements, but that is going to be between a $2 and $2.5 million project. Yeah.
Okay.
Page 30. Oh, okay. Okay. There's one item. Oh, yeah. On the bottom, it says Main Street signal improvement. Can you elaborate on that?
If you don't mind, I'm going to talk about this project in council priorities. Do you mind if I postpone that conversation to then?
Okay.
Okay.
Just don't forget about it.
I won't. I have a slide dedicated for this project.
Okay. Streetlights. On the third row, it says a street light signals and traffic signals improvement. Is that repair or what kind of improvement you're talking about?
It's repairs and upgrades. So as part of the street resurfacing project, we look at all the street intersections and look to see what upgrades they need to have. And so we'll take a chunk of money out of this program here to do, for an example, do we need controllers? Is it on a loop system? And convert the loop system to a video detection. Any pedestrian upgrades, we'll use this CIP to fund those type of improvements. Also, we use this CIP for any maintenance work that operations has. So there's always maintenance of a street signalized intersection that needs to happen. So we allocate allocate a portion of this CIP for that purpose also.
Okay. If I understand correctly, currently most of the traffic light has camera sensors. All right.
Not all of them, but quite a few of them. Most of them do.
Does those need to be upgraded or they are okay? And how about the circuitries? Are they pretty updated?
I wouldn't say they're all updated. There are some that are aging, but as part of the street resurfacing project, we take those intersections in the areas and be sure that they get upgraded accordingly. So for one thing, all traffic signals probably 10 to 15 years ago were on a loop system where the loops were on the street floor.
That's right.
And so that we had to do a kind of a long-term effort to be sure that they get onto a video detection where now they are detected video by video rather than loops, but there's still some loop systems out there. I think this upcoming street resurfacing project, we looked at 7 intersections and we found that 5 of them were still on a loop system. So we're going to convert those. So that's part of the CIP.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Okay.
I just
Councilmember
have to. This is just to refresh our memories. Director Daniel. On the project, community project 3473.
Yes.
End user computer replacement. Did we change the methodology on that the last time we spoke last year?
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you for the
just
question.
2 or 3 sentences only?
sure. So we generally replace our computers. We used to replace in ad hoc basis. So as the funding became available, we just purchased computers 5 at a time, 10 at a time. Right now, we have a lot of computers that are in circulation. Users are actually using them daily that are 6, 7 years old. So we needed to come up with a sustainable way to continue to replace them. And that's why we brought in front of you last year. And we requested a 5-year schedule. And the numbers were kind of fluctuating, if you remember correctly, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Based on your great feedback, what we did was we have normalized a year 2 through year 5. So the numbers exactly the same for the following 4 years. But the first year purchase has been completed. You might have heard from some of the news articles, you've probably read them. The shortage in memory and storage in the industry has been increasing our computer prices significantly. But we were able to move fairly quickly and we secured the prices, the lower pricing that was available a year ago. Next year, we don't know, but what we are doing, what we have been doing the first year is that we've been going through every computer that we're replacing or every computer that are on the schedule to be replaced. We're consolidating as much as possible. So we're reducing number of computers and we're hoping that the prices of the computers will come down next year. But yeah, that's what we're doing. And it'll be year 2 next year.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is, this is new. Can somebody explain the real-time monitoring center?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I have the same question too.
Oh.
Yeah, I have
Good
that
evening,
question.
Mayor and council members. Thank you for the question. A real-time crime center is something that you may have been seeing more frequently in the news. A lot of agencies are starting to implement this system for their crime fighting tactics. A real-time crime center essentially allows departments to be more responsive rather than reactive to crime. It basically consolidates different technologies through a software platform that allows our staff, that would allow our staff to basically respond to a crime that's in progress. They would be able to utilize some of our tools like our ALPRs, our drones, other video feeds that would come into the center would allow us to be more strategic with our responses to crime versus the way that it is most often is officers respond to an area maybe not knowing where a suspect is gone. The theory behind this is that we'll be able to get our eyes on people a little bit quicker, which in turn would be a tremendous benefit to the community because we would be allowed to take swifter action with the real-time crime center. So right now, the funding that we're requesting for is basically to start this project, purchase equipment, evaluate different software platforms to consolidate our technologies and video feeds.
So it's a software and hardware combined,
Correct.
and it's trying to connect. Are you connecting to the other software that you have? Is that, or this is the centralized one?
Yeah, it would be centralized. So think of it like on a large monitor, you'd have a map overlay and you would see where your ALPRs are, you'd see where your drone is, you see where your video feeds are. Right now, all of those systems are separate. So our staff are watching a drone feed,
Right.
and then having to look at different maps or take different actions. So right now, it's not consolidated.
So it will consolidate.
Correct.
Because I know when I visited the drone room, he has his own monitor. So that one will be centralized to this real-time monitoring center, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
So is that the one that we saw in San Jose where they had that master control? Oh, yeah, we need that. It's
I know.
really
Yes.
sophisticated. Thank you.
So what I would add to what Chief Morales has said is that it allows us to have a quicker response and better allocate our resources. And the reason is because in the real-time monitoring center, they're hearing the 911 call come in as it's being discussed with the dispatcher. They're able to send drones, they're able to start pulling up video feeds before the officers even told this call is happening. So now when the officer's en route, hopefully the drone's already above, which through our DFR program, or drone as a first responder program, we've already realized a lot of these successes. And now if the suspect leaves or whatever, we're not wasting the time of sending a bunch of officers. Let's say it's a bank robbery. We're not sending all the officers to the bank to find out that the person already left. The drone, the license plate readers, they're already following the suspect through the city. We're able to send the appropriate number of officers over there to deal with that. And we're not wasting resources going somewhere else. A good example, although we don't have a real-time monitoring centers today, while I was on a meeting in my office, we have a license plate reader hit for a stolen trailer that was driving on Calaveras going eastbound, which it was coming from Burger King. So I looked out my window.
Real time.
At real time, I saw the stolen trailer drive past City Hall. So it's the same concept, but we're using intersection cameras, we're using license plate readers, we're using drones, all in the same place. And the last piece that I would add is that our intent is to build this up in the EOC, which you guys are familiar with. And so if we were to have an EOC activation, that same real-time information is available to everybody. If we're dealing with a natural disaster or something, we can see the whole city, all those things right from there, from the planning room.
So we're not actually getting rid of the drone system, but we're linking it to the real-time monitoring system.
We're creating a one-stop shop where everything's in one location, being watched, monitored live, and we're able to allocate resources as a result of that live data.
That's great. You know, the ALPR too. That's good. Thank you both.
Was there anyone? Is there anyone else? We have Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right, so page 25, please, if I remember the page right. But while we're good, I want to ask, how do we prioritize, how did we come up with the 39 recommended projects to be funded?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the questions. So as Ka mentioned on one of the slides, so during the budget process, staff receive funding requests from each department, and we review it with engineering and finance, take a look, and this is a priority process. So we verify each project. Is it aligned with the council priority? Is it legal mandated? Because some of the project is required by state law. So we have to move forward with that. Is the project improve the health and safety concerns, or is the project is part of the grant funding? So the project might be receive the grant, so we have to move forward with that. So we account in all of these factors and collaboration and determine which one that we should move forward. And when we have those prioritized, we consult with the city manager's office and finalize that before present to the city council for that.
Right. So now on the 25. So I understand that each project, not just those prioritized to be funded, have a specific source of fund. Some are grants, some are from TAA task fees, and some are from our general fund, right? So with this funding summary for 5 years, did we, how will I say that? Did we consider the same amount of what we have in 2076, 2027 with regards to your projection? For example, I forgot how much, 16% you said with the TASP, right? So is it 16% across, and then those grants that we get, are they across your projection as well? The general fund, are they across the projection as well on the different projects?
So there's multiple funding sources that we have. There's funding sources that we know that we can project for 5 years. For example, gas tax,
right,
or Measure B. That's kind of my prime example of we can kind of allocate that money adequately because we know we're going to get those. And when it comes to the general fund CIP, we don't know. That's discretionary every year. So those type of projects are our unfunded projects in the last 4 years of the CIP. This, we're assuming we're going to get something, but we don't know if it's going to get there. So we want to have that part of the budget, but just to identify it as it hasn't been identified yet. Now, other sources like the water and sewer is based on rates. We know we should have that money, but we do evaluate it on a year-to-year basis. This year, the first year is always the funded year. That we know we have that money in hand. Everything after that is projected. And then we reevaluate every single year. So of the 209 or 208 million over the 5-year budget, we identified only 22.6 million. That's not identified funding, but that doesn't mean, will it be there? Maybe on a year-to-year budget. Now, as far as comes to grants, as you identified there, grants we don't know if we're going to get. So we don't project that into our budget. So, and another fund that we also don't project is park funds, because that's based on developer impact fees.
But at least, sorry to cut you, but at least you project them.
That is correct.
Although it's not available.
That is correct.
All right. So that brings me to my question. So, as Christian said, it's fund based, right? We know that you're right. Sewer funds and the other things are almost always guaranteed to be there in the next 5 years. But what we're not guaranteed is, as you said, grants. That TASP, I don't know how much more fees we're gonna get that, or when it's gonna drought, because it's almost fully developed, right? And most of all is the general funds. So would it be prudent to consider? That's why I asked my first question: how do you prioritize it? And you have those lists. Would it be prudent to consider these 3 sources as a consideration on how we're gonna prioritize projects?
If I understood your question, are you saying that could we use these other funding sources to fund unidentified projects?
No,
Okay,
right, because I know that a specific bucket goes for a specific project.
correct.
Right. My question is, since we have a way to prioritize things, maybe just for the thought process, and we know that not all funding source are guaranteed throughout our projection, and we can identify 3 of them now: general fund, the TASP, and some grants, or there's more others, right? So why don't we use that fact and consider it in prioritizing the projects that we're going to at least fund this year? Because you said it's for sure the first year has to be funded, and then wing the next 4 years with what we already know in the first year.
We do.
Okay.
So, you know, I've been doing this for over 5 years, and every year that every budget cycle, they give me projects from the operations side that we know it's going to be for facilities. We always evaluate that every year because we know the general fund CIP is going to fluctuate.
Right.
So we have a plan, but if we don't have money there, then we push it out and prioritize the projects that we know we can do. That's another thing is, do we have resources to deliver those projects? That's another consideration. And what's the project schedule? That's always another consideration. So we look at, you know, we don't want to be short-minded, but we are short-minded in that first year. We know what we can do that 1 year. And then long-term, we say, okay, if we can finish this 1 year, hopefully deliver it that 1 year, then we can do it in year 2. But sometimes that project might be postponed by 6 months for various reasons. And when it comes to that next following year, we'll reevaluate, maybe push that project out. So every year you reevaluate the entire requests and their existing workload. That's a huge consideration. Is if we're going to fund you, we want to be sure that you're delivering on that money, on that project. So there's a lot of factors that go into what we present to council on a year-to-year basis.
Right. Here's one factor, if we had considered it, right? Specifically on the general fund CIP. Have we considered our dreaded anticipation of a structural deficit in the next 5 years in prioritizing those projects that's funded by our general fund?
Who wants to answer that?
Vice Mayor, thank you. So a couple of ways we've approached that. One is what we are looking at as part of this budget process is the staff that are charging to CIP as part of our fund review. And a number of staff already do charge to CIP projects. And so their salaries are paid for out of this the CIP you're seeing tonight. But we are looking through to find, are there other staff that are possibly charging to the general fund right now that should be charging to CIP projects? And so that's an effort that is going on right now. That we're hoping to make some adjustments to this year and possibly next year as well. It's not going to solve our structural deficit at all, but it is one of the many factors we're pursuing. Additionally, there are times, and this city has probably done it before as well, and other cities have done it as well. If structural deficits get too bad, we can look at projects that were sourced originally from the general fund and deferring them. That has pros and cons. A pro is it does help stem on a one-time basis. It helps with deficits. It doesn't help with structural deficits. A con of that is a lot of cities have did that, like during the recession, for example. And what happens is there's deferred maintenance, and that's one of the reasons we're likely seeing more HVAC issues than we would want. And so, but those are just some factors that we are looking at and will continue to look at in relation to our structural deficit.
All right, so there's the connection. So we're going to look at it. Have we looked at that factor? I know that it's not the deal breaker for solving the structural deficit, but it's going to be something that would help in the long run when we consider CIP projects that's going to be sourced from the general fund. So I just want to see if, when we look at this, when you are proposing this, have you considered that factor? Because that's going to be the end game, right? Trying to resolve a structural deficit, maybe not substantially through CIP projects, but it's gonna help if we consider that in our thought process in presenting what's to be prioritized and what's to be budgeted, especially that coming from the general fund. So that's the question. Hopefully we have that connection while we present this, and hopefully as we go forward with budget presentation, we see that connection as part of, it's not just a department asking for a certain project to be funded, but what at least my one vote would want to hear is, this is what we need. It's being a priority in our consideration. We have, as far as consider the effect of this to the general fund, which will, if you add up, will hopefully, lighten the structural deficit that we have. Maybe that's one thing, when we were talking about the structural deficit, we're looking at buckets, we're looking at sources of funds that are recurring and one time. Maybe this is one of them. We consider planning and doing the budget, based on that, at least a factor of that. Yes.
Okay, let's take a break. Maybe come back at 7:05. 10-minute break. You want 5 or 10? You guys want 10? All right, let's take a 10-minute break because I got to stretch.
Would you have time after the meeting or you're tired?
Today?
Yeah, like just, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, wasn't it supposed to? Okay, we are ready. Where's the other council members?
I'm only missing one.
Behind you.
Oh, right there.
And Gary? Oh, there he is.
Always number one.
All right, we're going to go ahead and continue this. Who wants to start? Lihak?
He's
I'm
done.
done.
Now it's up to me.
It's gonna be
It's up to me.
We're going to continue this
So,
meeting.
City Council, I got 15-minute presentation that has to deal with no available funding aspect of it, and also the City Council priorities. So I
Okay.
asked if I go through it all, and then we can have a discussion thereafter. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Great,
that's fine.
excellent. All right. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Severa, the city engineer. I want to thank Kristen and Lee Hawk for their wonderful presentation and introduction. So I'll start off with projects with insufficient and no available funding. Next slide, please. As previously discussed, as a long-term planning effort, staff has identified, As mentioned earlier in the presentation about funding needs within 5-year capital budget, we also wanted to highlight the importance of this matter and make sure we continue to discuss the funding needs with City Council and future budget cycles. Through the CIP process, master planning completed in recent years, we have identified approximately $656 million funding needs for both existing and new infrastructure. $243 million is needed to address repairs and replacement of existing infrastructure, where $413 million is needed to build new infrastructure as identified in master plans and specific plans. As we move forward, we want to continue to discuss the importance of where to invest the city limited capital dollars and prioritize the funding for infrastructure projects. A few examples of funding mechanisms that will help with budget shortfalls are continuing to pursue state and federal grant opportunities, establish a development impact fee for the metro and gateway specific areas, renew sewer and water rates every 5 years to maintain the systems, and consider financing measures such as a general obligation bond to fund larger infrastructure projects. Here are a list of existing infrastructure backlog projects in the amount of $22.6 million. I'd like to highlight a couple of these projects. Staff is currently working on an assessment of the 40-year community center building to determine the condition and necessary improvements. For example, of the roof, structural, electrical and mechanical systems in the kitchen. The preliminary estimate is $4 million, but may increase based on final evaluation and recommendations that is anticipated to be completed this March. The design for the renovation of Sandalwood Park is completed and shovel-ready. With the support of ARPA funding, the picnic area and portion of the pathway was improved. However, additional funding is needed to complete the remaining improvements. As mentioned previously, as part of a long-term planning effort and staff has identified approximately $634 million in funding needs beyond the 5-year budget. This slide is a summary of the infrastructure needs. A large portion of this amount is for a new facility dedicated to the police and IT department and the renovation of the existing building for public works. The operation of these 3 departments is starting to outgrow the space of the existing building, especially the police department. Fire station number 3 is in need of replacement as it was built in the 1960s and no longer meets current fire standards or building codes. A new infrastructure identified in the basic improvement plan of the metro specific area is the Montague pedestrian overcrossing adjacent to Penitencia Creek. The design is completed. However, the funding of approximately $21.5 million is needed for construction. Staff has applied for several federal grant programs, but the project was not selected as these grants are heavily competitive. Staff will continue to explore funding avenues and opportunities in future budget cycles. Now we'll discuss City Council priorities. Next slide. Staff explored to incorporate murals at 2 VTA pillars along Gray Mall Parkway and McCandless Drive. While with Senate Bill 456 taking effect July 1st of this year, which exempts artists from requiring contract license, the work can finally move forward. Artists submitted proposals in January and the evaluations were recently completed. The agreement will be executed by this April, and the mirrors are anticipated to be completed by fall. Last December, City Council allocated $310,000 for the tentative improvements to open a police satellite office at city-owned properties on Main Street. Work is anticipated to start by the end of the summer, and construction is expected to take up to 12 months to complete. In addition, an office is planned to be incorporated into the housing development of these parcels in the future. In June of 24, staff was directed to conduct a traffic study along Esquilla Parkway from Jacqueline Road to Washington Street. This past October, the consultant completed their findings of the corridor and identified potential mitigations measures to alleviate traffic congestion. This information was presented to the Transportation Subcommittee, and School District over the past few years. Staff has started implementing a few mitigation efforts by coordinating with police department to improve crossing guard operations and enforce parking restrictions within the bike lane. In addition, staff has started the collaboration with the school district on outreach regarding designated drop-off and pickup areas to improve traffic flow. Next steps, staff is developing a work plan for public outreach and circulation and safety improvements. Implementations of this work plan is anticipated to start prior to the beginning of the next school year, pending the feedback from the school district and the public. In addition, staff is also developing a work plan for mid to long-term mitigation measures, which will be presented to stakeholders for future discussions and considerations. Infrastructure projects along Main Street, such as installation of decorative streetlights and undergrounding the overhead utility lines, are contingent on the approval of future development and the Main Street Sense of Place Plan, and establishment of impact fees for Gateway Main Street specific plan. The undergrounding project is estimated at $6 million, and a portion of this cost will be funded by PG&E Roll 20A program. The city has accrued approximately $4.5 million in credits, which is set to expire in 2031 due to PG&E canceling the program in 23. City's fair share cost is estimated at $1.5 million because the infrastructure for the future decorative lights, street lights, will be part of the common utility trench. However, funding has not been identified for this shared cost. PG requires the city to acquire easements on 5 properties for the undergrounding of infrastructure that is appraised at $10,000. Staff is currently coordinating with PG&E on right-of-way acquisition and design refinement. The image to the left shows the anticipated phasing of the streetlight project from Carlo to Great Mall Parkway, which is estimated at $7.9 million. The image to the right shows the limits of the undergrounding project from Corning to Curtis Avenue, which aligns with the green segment of the streetlight project. Highlighted in yellow are the easements the city needs to require. Only 2 of the 5 property owners have responded to our requests. The city was selected to receive a federal earmark of $250,000 for the safety improvements along Main Street in 2025. However, the federal government has not passed a bill allocating this funding as of yet. The city also received a federal earmark of $500,000 for the streetlight and traffic signal improvements on Main Street in 2024, a portion of the $3 million request, which is insufficient to complete all planned improvements. This past fall, MTC approved the work plan to upgrade pedestrian and traffic equipment at 5 signalized intersections on Main Street, consistent with the intent of the earmark funding request. Staff is currently working with Caltrans on Caltrans E76 approval that includes environmental, right-of-way, utility clearances, and design specifications. The E76 package must be submitted to Caltrans by spring of next year to ensure the funding is obligated by the deadline of September 30th of 27. Construction must be completed by September of 2030. Staff initiated pickleball pilot project at Gill and Hall Park in 2022. Pickleball improvement project with an allocation of $100,000 was approved as part of the 2024 and 28 CIP. In November of 2024, staff completed the installation of the fence and sound dampening panels and performed maintenance of courts. Last May, City Council approved the recommended improvements from staff at Hall Park and allocated an additional $100,000 into the same CIP. In addition, staff was directed to explore and analyze public and private pickleball court opportunities throughout the city. The improvements were completed in November, and the study will be circulated to City Council for review in March. Next slide, please. In 2023, staff was directed to conduct an assessment of the flooding on Main Street near the library. To date, staff have coordinated with the Regional Water Board for dredging and vegetation management of Ford Creek and will continue this effort. Staff has also lowered the rear wall at the pump station, which has minimal benefit. The Main Street flood study was approved as part of the adopted 2025-29 CIP. Last fall, the consultant completed the assessment and identified potential improvements. The study concluded that the primary causes of flooding is the limited capacity of Ford Creek and the existing storm drain system that was constructed below the flow line of the creek. Potential improvements to increase storage capacity, such as a series of vaults, pipes with a pump, are estimated to cost up to $2.8 million. Currently, there is no funding available to implement the recommended improvements, but staff will continue to explore funding opportunities and partnerships. In addition, operational staff will continue to perform preventative maintenance ahead of anticipated storm events to minimize the impacts, which has proven to be effective. City Council has approved an agreement with VTA to manage the environmental phase in 2021 for the Calaveras Boulevard widening project. The city's contributed $5.1 million, which was funded by the TASP and traffic impact fees, where VTA contributed $600,000 to this phase. The environmental phase will be completed by this summer. Design phase and right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to start this spring and be completed in 2028. And construction will start thereafter and take about 2.5 years to complete. However, this schedule from VTA depends on funding and right-of-way acquisitions. The project is estimated at $325 million, where the city's anticipated local match is $32.5 million, which represents a 10% of the total cost. The design phase is estimated at $20.2 million, which excludes right-of-way acquisition. VTA has committed $9 million through Measure B funding, but there is a shortfall of $11.2 million to complete the final design and $3.1 million to reach 65% design. Current funding only advances the design of the project at 35%, which limits the project to the project competitiveness for state and federal grant programs and earmarks. Completion of 65% design will make the project more viable and competitive. City and VTA staff will continue to pursue funding opportunities to advance the design to 65% and discuss the opportunities with City Council and VTA leadership in the future. In an effort to maintain the project's schedule, staff recommends Council consider funding the shortfall of the 65% design with TASP impact fees. The TASP Basic Infrastructure Plan identifies the fair share goal of $6.8 million for this project. To date, the city has contributed $3.5 million for the environmental phase. VTA is requesting the city contribute $3.1 million to advance the 65% design. In summary, the city has invested more than $15 million across 17 major CIP projects this fiscal year and is expected to deliver 11 major projects in the amount of $21 million next fiscal year that will benefit our community. Staff recommends funding 39 projects in the amount of $35.7 million for fiscal year 26 and 27, where 9 new projects are being proposed to be added. The 5-year CIP includes 138 projects with an estimated budget of $206 million, of which $183.4 million is projected to be funded, leaving $22.6 million with insufficient or no funding identified. This slide summarizes the overall timeline of the CIP review and approval process. Today is the first step of this process, which staff provides a presentation of the proposed CIP to Council. In March, staff will present the findings that the CIP is in conformance with the adopted general plan to Planning Commission. In April, staff will present the park improvements to the Park, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Commission for review and their recommendations. The staff will return to council on May 5th for a public hearing and consideration to adopt the 5-year CIP budget. Excuse me. Recommendations: receive the presentation on the proposed 5-year 2027-2031 capital improvement program and provide feedback to staff, and find the CIP CEQA exempt. Thank you. We're here to answer any further questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions? Anybody? We have Vice Mayor.
If we could go back to the slide where we had a traffic study by Washington and Escuela, please. I think that one. Right. This, yes. All right. I remember this when this was prioritized. So here's my question. Milpitas High has been there for the longest time, right? And it's always been an issue of traffic being congested. And I'm sure over the years, both MUSD and us had some mitigating measures in place. So my question is, so we did the study again in 2024. What's new that they're recommending? I'm sure, circulation, some one way, or, I mean, is there something special this time that they're recommending? I was expecting an earth moving effort, like they're gonna relocate the other gate to the other side. Something is, looks like it's, I'm not the expert, I'm sure that we had that, right? But on a layman's looking at it, it's something that I can think of tomorrow. What's so special about this special traffic study that we had that would be able to at least alleviate, what's going on in Escuela and Washington that we have not done before over the years? And how much did we spend on that consultant, and what are we expecting to spend on this implementation of the mitigating plan?
I can't speak to what was done before, but what we found out during this traffic study was really the root cause was human behavior. So one thing was being more efficient with the crossing guard. We saw inconsistencies with the crossing guard. By correcting those, provided a little bit more traffic flow. Other is where parents drop their kids off using bike lanes or using non-designated pickoff or drop-off areas. So we're working with the school district to educate the parents, or go outreach and teach the parents these designated areas to help that traffic flow. So we can also do some minor circulation improvements, such through the cut flows that we're seeing that could be a pinch point. That's what we're looking on a lower cost improvements. To me is education, reminding parents how to use, at the end of the day, there's 4 schools there, 4,000 students. Which, during 7:30 to about 9 o'clock, it's just, all these cars going into that single area. So we're looking more on the public outreach to educate the students through the school district, or the parents through the school district, to see how we can have better traffic flow through these areas, where we want the parents to come in, drop off, and leave, rather than park and and disrupt the traffic flow throughout the area.
Okay. No, what I was expecting is, hey, we have the innovation, those 4,000 kids became 3,500, yes, we've been educating them before, and this is what we believe, either in infrastructure or education, that can alleviate it. Is that some, do we have a report from the consultant that we had?
We do. And to answer one of your questions, the report was roughly about $80,000.
Wow. To educate people, sorry.
Well, we did all the traffic studies necessary
Right.
to determine that. You know, there are there is certain mitigation measures in there that do cost quite a bit of money. That is adding another lane into the squall on both lines. The only problem, the challenge there, you would have to go into Hetch Hetchy property, and they are not going to allow that. So, you know, that's the issue that was a measure that we took off the board. Another one is adding a stoplight at the intersection of Russell Lane or some kind of stop control to help, you know, control traffic a little bit better. That's a little bit more of a long-term and more expensive improvement to do. So right now we're really focused on the near terms. What can we do right now to improve that traffic state, to alleviate that traffic congestion? I think the best way to do is public outreach, you know, and being sure that cross guards are more efficient and seeing where the congestion can happen.
Is that what we believe, or that's what's recommended by our consultant?
The consultant has a recommendation the near term about efficiencies because they identify that, and also long term, maybe some more a traffic signal could help because the intersection at peak time gets really bad. So putting a traffic signal in that area will help, but that you're looking at about $1.5 million.
Isn't it true? I'm looking at my Councilmember Lin, that the morning time of the students were staggered now, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's fine.
Right. Did the consultant consider that?
We've been talking
Yes.
with all three schools are staggered, about a half an hour apart or 20 minutes apart. 15 to 20, something like that. We are looking to stagger that a little bit more, but we do have to work with the school district on that. That is in discussion.
The staggering time doesn't work anyways because people want to avoid the traffic, so they go early.
Well,
No online class, something like just kidding. But yeah, well, hopefully that's resolved. You know, ever since I remember in Milpitas, that's always been a problem. And you know, I've been with the city for a while, and I think this is what the third study that we had, and it's always almost the same concept. And we'll do another study again.
Well, there's a single high school in the city. I mean, there's the continuation school and there's the tech campus, but that high school serves a huge population in comparison to other areas. And there's limited things that you can do.
Mhm.
The study that was done before is outdated in the sense that it doesn't account for the volume. So that's different.
Right.
But the structure of the street's not changing. The structure of Hetch Hetchy and what they own in the center is not changing. So you're right, to a certain degree, we're limited in options.
Unless we do some earth-changing thing. Yeah, I know. When I started, I think the population for Milpitas is just close to 3,000. If you say it's 4,000 now, that's huge.
Mhm.
And no street has widened, right? So, but it's an unfortunate situation that we have. You know, we have to address what we have. I mean, you know, considering the increase in population, considering that, you know, streets are the same size and lengths. I don't know the answer, but you know what I'm saying is it's, or if there is an answer to that, but there must be. Otherwise, we're talking again in 5 years. Same study is going to be 5,000 population. We've been building a lot of houses that will flood our school system.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. So hopefully we'll develop something more concrete and worth spending for. Thank you.
Is there any way that, because those lanes are pretty wide, you could make a 2-lane?
Actually, they're not wide enough
They're
to
not
do
wide?
to do
Enough?
wide,
To do
to
two
do
lanes.
Yeah.
2 lanes. You need a minimum of 24 feet, and I think they're at 20-ish.
Yeah.
18
So
Plus their
that-
bus routes
plus
and
the
the
rest,
buses
yeah.
require more
Yeah,
space.
Yeah. Can we comment?
Mr. City
Well,
Attorney,
I
let's
had-
eminent domain some portion of those houses.
Yeah, well, when I was on BTA, I had recommended that, we give the buses.
We'll encourage them to ride their bikes to school.
That one too.
That's
Yeah,
another one. That's an
yeah.
education piece right there.
We
That's
need to
the
get back to
education.
walking.
Yeah. So as I was saying, when I was on BTA, well, I still am technically, but I'm the alternate. So I had recommended that the students get free bus, the high school students get free busing. That'll alleviate a lot of the students, but it's, they want, it always comes down to the money, So that didn't happen. But it might happen in the future. Just never know.
Yeah, I'd like to make a quick comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I went when my daughter was I raised my daughter in Milpitas, right, and we lived nearby the area, and I was dropping off and picking up my daughter in that area for 13 years, so I know that area very well. One of the thing I have to agree with Michael is the training of the crossing guard. That's one of the key thing we need to train them very well. Right now, the biggest problem I see on the crossing guard is they let the student pass, but after that, they don't really direct the traffics. So if they train a little bit better, they could direct the traffic a little bit, it will make things better. And second thing I'd like to see is the traffic lights on Escala and Jacqueline, and also Hillview and Jacqueline, those two lights. If a lot of people are waiting to do a left turn on Jacqueline, if the lights can be a little bit longer than we set right now, that would ease off the traffics. Yeah, those two things we can do at this point.
Yeah, I would say on the crossing, unless Frank wants to speak to it, but I would say on the crossing guards, their purpose isn't necessarily to direct traffic, and there's really limited routes to go. You're either going towards the high school or you're not. One of the problem areas that I had seen previously with the crossing guards is that they would cross every single student. Instead of letting 5 or 10 or 15 students accumulate and then stopping traffic for a group, every time a single person would show up, they would stop traffic, they'd let the one person cross, and then they would stop traffic 2 cars later and let 3 people cross. And so I know that we've worked with the vendor to try to improve that. I personally haven't checked on it, so I don't know what that status is now, but that's definitely an area that we can follow up through the police department with the crossing guards to make sure they're doing.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was trying to point out is that they need to really know to pause a little bit and accumulate the student and also sometime after the student cross, the parents at the intersection, they don't really know to proceed. They just pause for a while. That pause.
That's what you mean by traffic control?
Yeah,
we could take care of that.
Yeah, so if the crossing guard can just wave their hand and then move the traffic.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Got that.
Mayor.
Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the takeaways, I think, from I don't know your title. I was gonna say manager or director.
City engineer.
Oh, city engineer. City engineer Michael said from your 15-minute presentation, one of the takeaways that I got is there's a need for a public service announcement video, well, from the PIO department to educate us, especially the students, on on how to best optimize the most effective way of including the parents too.
Correct.
Something to that effect. I think it's very less expensive. And if we do it really funny way to introduce that concept, I think that would help. And also, like Mayor said, educating the student to use more bicycles to go to school. I think we need that.
In talking with the school district, I guess they do have an outreach for biking to school. It hasn't been very successful, yeah, as they were talking about, which is unfortunate. But we are working on a work plan to see how best to kind of inform the parents. Hey, these are designated drop-off hours. Please,
Right.
use them. It's stuff like that, and go into your pickup areas.
Yeah.
So, because sometimes what we do see is that people will stop in the middle lane, get the students out, and hold up traffic.
Mhm.
That becomes an interruption of traffic flow. Or cross guard not queuing up the students happens too. And what we see also is there's further cut throughs. And when those people are trying to cut through onto another lane, that's another factor that we're looking at. So it's a matter of these minor modifications and a combination of outreach. I think if you do it on a yearly basis
Right.
prior to the school year, I think it will help a lot.
Yeah, and it's less expensive too.
I agree.
So anyway, something to look into.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you can look into VTA, there are times when they pick up the students because maybe they don't have a bus available in the mornings. So if you can do some research and find out.
Yeah, we're looking into that
Yeah,
aspect
okay,
of it.
good. All right, anybody else? Anyone else? Oh, we have Councilmember Lynn.
So Michael, do we work with the school district to see if they have school bus that can pick up students and drop off? I remember before leaving the school district, there are like electric school bus that does that.
I think they work with VTA from a school bus perspective. Renee, do you have a little bit more background?
I believe that the school buses that pick students up are for students who are in special classes. Yeah, and some of them are used, what I've noticed and experienced is after school, taking them from one site to the other, but not morning pickup for everyday student. So I was also going to add, I shared with Acting Chief Morales that I dropped my son off at the high school, or actually outside of the high school, but I had to drop him off yesterday. And I did see the queuing. So there was some improvement at the crossing guard. So the feedback that's been giving, as a parent who has a child that goes there now, I have seen some improvements over the last few weeks. But as far as school district buses, I think they're reserved for
I
more
know they
special
do that for
programs.
special ed, yeah,
Mhm,
but
yeah,
not sure for
yeah.
regular students. And Frank, do we have officers in the morning or at pickup time to issue tickets, in drivers that violate, like stop in the middle of the road, getting your students out?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. Our challenge is we have 2 motor officers right now, and our motor officers are the ones that have the easiest way of maneuvering through all that traffic. What we do is we participate with the school as far as education, especially at the beginning of the year, to reinforce that message to the parents on where they can and can't park. And then after some time, if they're not adjusting to those requirements, the officers will cite them for illegally parking if they need to. I know that the school district does reach out through Parent Square. They provide maps to parents and they ask them to, for certain grades to drive through this way in a parking lot and other grades to go another way. And there's a lot of messaging that's happening there. So that might be another platform to reiterate to the parents that, these concerns. But our officers do spend time there. We have SRO that's out at the school who can also be aware of that. They're out there, especially when class is let out. So visibility wise, parents are seeing, police car there, and hopefully that's, modifying some of their behavior.
I guess at the first day of school, maybe Cheryl can announce, because parents, or even that, even before the first day, have Cheryl,
Yes.
do the announcement and
Yeah, we
share
usually,
with parents.
yeah, we usually put stuff out on social media before the school year starts, reminding parents, safety tips, reminding the kids, also to be safe in crossing intersections and all that. So we put.
Not sure they read them though.
That's the question. And we put signboards up as well. To
They
let
don't
the,
read.
I know. That's why we're there to, remind them in person.
Issue them a couple of tickets, they'll learn.
Yes, yes. So we do have some challenges there on people's willingness to actually listen to the message, and not be so consumed by what they're doing for themselves.
One thing that we could add to the messaging though is they have the opening day for high school where you come and you do the registration prior to the school year. Maybe we can work with the school district to do a little map. These are no stopping zones. Here's alternate drop off areas to consider throughout the school year type thing. One of the challenges with enforcement is if an officer makes a car stop in that traffic, it's now going to delay everybody because that's going to take about 10 to 12 minutes. So they calculate in that decision to take enforcement action or not. Oftentimes it's the motorcycle officer pulling up to the person's window and saying, come on, what are we doing? Let's be better type thing.
That's
It's
a
a
great
balancing act.
idea. Maybe we can include the flyer of where to stop, where not to, in the package where they enroll in the school year. Yeah, because that time, everything is so important, they will read through it. Right? Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Right. How about, let's do the Fremont style. Let's put some camera that captures them. No need for a police officer to stop. They receive the tickets in the mail.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm with you. We could do it from the monitoring center.
How much do we need? How much do we need? No, I think that's, it's a deterrence, right? If, if a police officer politely just say, hey, please, they'll do it again next time.
That's true.
Right. Yeah, let's probably consider that. See, can I have a percentage of the 80,000 now? No, here, can we ask, can we see the report from the traffic study?
The consultant.
The consultant, and probably the last one, whenever that is, if we can find it on the archive. Just for our thoughts, maybe, we put.
Right now, it's at a draft form because we've been trying to figure out what we want to present. But let me go back and look at it, and then we'll release it accordingly.
Okay, and I remember, so let's put it on the right channels. We do have the city school collaboration, which the mayor and I, can we make this as a next topic for Renee?
Yes, Thursday is our meeting, right? Renee?
Yes, I was just reminding Lehak behind Christian that this is an item that will eventually go back to the city school collaborative. And maybe at that time we can, we'll report on the findings from the study and then also have a discussion about the buses and some other, and working together on education, updating packets and, shared messaging through the PIO's office and the MUSD superintendent office.
And I think also, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, I think this went to the transportation subcommittee as well.
It did. It went in November.
Yeah, and we can provide that presentation to the rest of
We
council that we
could.
gave, right? So that is a little background on it.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, well, we'll do school to city, that channel. Okay.
All right, anybody
Thank
else? So, was, just to piggyback on the consultant report, did they do community outreach, involve the community for?
We
feedback?
haven't hit that, we haven't reached that stage yet. Because we were trying to figure out what improvements we were going to move
Because
forward
usually the
with.
consultant, that's what they do. They do they
Right,
do studies and then they do outreach. So
right.
just
We
wondering.
were going to do that as soon as we kind of figure out what improvements we wanted to move forward with. Talking to transportation committee was important to us. Also talking to the school district to get some feedback on our presentations, talking with the council about this topic also. So we want to do, when we're ready with solid improvements that we want to move forward with, then we'll do some more public outreach.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have one question before I go to, so the Ford Creek, who owns that?
The city,
We own
yeah, the city,
Ford Creek.
we own Ford Creek. That's actually creek right
Yeah.
behind the railroad or behind the library. That is city owned. and maintained.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
so we've never dredged it or, because that's the problem, it gets overflows, right?
I've been here for almost 10 years. We have never dredged it, but I have seen plans back in 2010 that there was, I would say, minor cleanup, and some vegetation removal and minor debris,
Yeah.
but a major dredging, no, we have
Yeah,
not.
maybe that's what we need, okay, all right, so we did the Escola Parkway. Yeah, that's it, that's all I have. We have William,
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you. I have question on Calaveras Boulevard widening project. If we go forward with that project, what's the impact on traffics? Would there be any impact on traffics?
If we move forward, it's going to drastically improve traffic
No,
over.
during the process of widening.
Oh,
Oh,
there will be some delays because in order to do that project, it has to be phased onto one side. You would take one bridge down and move the traffic onto that bridge right now is two bridges, or that
Right.
overpass is two
Right.
bridges. So you would take traffic and put it on one bridge while you're constructing the other one. So transportation projects are very tricky, and cost a lot and do impact. But at the end of the day, you have to look at long term,
Right,
how much
right.
it will improve that traffic. Because right now you go from 3 lanes down to 2 over the bridge, then back to 3 lanes. So that bridge is a bottleneck.
So if we take one side of the bridge down, that means only 2 lane for both directions.
Probably.
Wow.
I think I remember that I recall that the VTA looked on putting 2 lanes on that one bridge, which would be fairly tight, but that's the only way they would be able to maintain the current circulation.
Okay. What's the duration of this project?
Construction would be about 2.5 to 3 years.
So for 2.5 to 3 years, people has to go through just one lane.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Or they use Montague, or they use, if they're coming from the north, use Mission over in Fremont to cut across to 880. So there's other alternatives, are not ideal necessarily, but there are alternate routes. A lot of public education if that project ever moves forward.
It's unrealistic. It's not gonna happen. I mean, we have to provide, what, we only have like a little fraction of what's required for it to be built. It's just, unless we get a big grant from the federal government, but that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that's, I'm not going to dispute the statement at all, but I do want to say for projects like this, the goal is to get them to at least 65% design. That way, if and when the time is right, if and when the federal government has funding that they significant funding that they can direct to California, then we can take advantage of that possibly. And so that's why the team is looking for opportunities in collaboration with VTA to get it at least a 65% design, which makes it would make it very competitive for potential grants. But there's nothing on the near-term horizon that we see that would get us the couple $100 million. But maybe when if and when the federal government has changes at some point, and more money opens up for California, then we'd be ready if we keep it moving forward.
So the design, how long will that last? Is it, and once you do with the design, it's completed and it's, shelved, how long can we keep it? Do we have to start all over again, do another design? Are they good for 10 years, 20 years?
No, you would probably, once it's shelf ready, it's pretty much, you're locked in.
Oh, okay, that's good. So that's the goal, is to
but
do the design.
If you shelf it for too long, you might have to come back because of codes might have changed during the cycle. Will there be a major impact? Probably not.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the biggest thing is acquiring right away, which we've already resolved with UPRR and Caltrans.
Yeah.
That was a huge hurdle for us. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when they came before us, VTA, to pass Measure B, and they said they were going to fund the bridge but that didn't happen.
Mm, mm.
Anyway.
Thank you,
Oh.
Mayor. And just to add to that, as Michael mentioned, is summarized in the last bullets of the slide, there is $9 million available right now in Measure B funding for VTA to keep the project going. That doesn't get it all the way to 65% design. And so we're in discussions with VTA right now where there's a request for us to add $3 million to the project, or 3.1, that would get it to 65% design. We are not ready tonight to make a formal recommendation to you on whether to add that or not, but we want to make sure that we include that in the discussion, get any feedback you have on that. And as we continue to work with VTA to release that $9 million that's currently in the budget that would keep the project going, as we collaboratively work with them to get that extra $3 million. And so we're still in the process of going back and forth with VTA, but we wanted to make sure to make you aware of that this evening.
Just one more comment on the bridge. I'm just wondering why we have to demolish one side of the bridge to build that part of the bridge. Can we, when they build the new Bay Bridge, they build a set of new bridge, and then they merge the traffic at the end. So can we modularize that bridge? So we build it on the side and then demolish in a quickly time frame, and then just merge the modular section into the main sections. That would not.
You're talking about prefabricating it.
That's
and
right.
Then not in this scenario, because of what restrictions that we have with the UPRR won't allow that. And plus, with the Bay Bridge, the transport to bring in that module was a lot easier. It was by freight. Where when I say freight, boats. So there was a little bit more where cranes lifted it up and brought it in.
Right.
Here we don't have that opportunity. The UPRR is always active, so that's another constraint that we have, is that has to be fully operational at all times, and UPR will not allow us to stop their trains to coming in on a daily basis. So it's from an operational standpoint. And bringing in these modules, I don't know how it would be, but it would be a huge challenge. Huge challenge.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking if they prefab the bridge and then they just bring in the prefab portion, and then they could stop the traffic for a short period of time, and then we can connect the bridge. So that would be much easier approach than demolish the whole bridge, and then in 1 to 2 years people cannot use the traffic will be very bad.
We'll go ahead and talk to VTA about that.
Yeah.
And see what they consider.
I think that this probably, we're getting into a discussion that could probably go to the Transportation Subcommittee.
Yeah.
And kind of hash those things out and then bring something to council in the future of what makes sense.
Right.
Thank you. I do have one question on slide 45 on the impact fees. What's the status on the impact fees for Main Street? I mean, we have a lot of new businesses that have come in, the car wash, Stratford, and it would have been ideal to get those impact fees at that time. So you guys, I was told we were working on it. So where are we at on that?
I'll defer that question to Jay.
Hello. Okay, just checking. So we had a study session fairly recently to go over some concepts for if you recall, the streetscape and also the right of way. The impact fee study is happening alongside the Main Street Sense of Place plan. So when we hopefully come to council later this year, it's hard to say exactly when, but in the new fiscal year, but before the end of this year, we expect to bring both to the council for adoption, and then we can start collecting after that. We have to just do some work in identifying what the improvements are, because that lays the ground for the cost. And then we, based off of the development that we expect the specific plan to facilitate, we do the calculations to figure out how much each development should pay, I mean, on a square footage basis. But we're almost there, I think.
The existing buildings or businesses, you can't go back and charge them, right? Can you?
We can't go back, but the lot for these projects, they do pay like our regular citywide fees. The
Okay.
difference is just that with an impact fee for a specific plan area, you're collecting it for improvements
For
just for
improvements
that
in-
area.
Yeah. Okay. There was one more that I had, and that was slide 46. That one, again, it's with the Main Street. So I was just wondering, those, you said that those little utility lines, is that something that PG&E has to have? You know, the yellow area? What is that?
Yeah, so those areas are where PG&E requires easements on private property
Okay.
for their new infrastructure. So we have to acquire the
But-
right of way or easements for this purpose of this infrastructure.
Would that mean eminent domain?
We're gonna work with the property owners first before we go in that route, but that
Okay.
could be a possibility.
All right, okay. All right, thank you, that's it. Anyone else? If not, let's move on.
Yeah, one more questions
ahead.
on, this is the Main Street flood study. s- Seems that the proposal from the consultant is to put in a pump station, to drain the water. Is there a possibility to build a channel to drain the water to a lower ground?
We don't have enough right of way for that. So the improvement was to build a series of vaults that acts like an underground channel or underground pipe in that adjacent street, because there is enough that water can go in there as secondary, fill up, hold it for a certain time, hope it eliminates the flood. And then once the eye of the storm or the heavy intensity of the storm passes by, then that water that's being held for a certain time gets pumped back into the channel, then goes into the bigger a creek, I believe, into the channel. So it's really, the problem is at times, that channel will get over inundated because the intensity of the storm. So when you have a large amount of water coming in at one time, that water can't sustain that volume. So you built to eliminate that flooding on the Main Street, you have to build basically another kind of vault system that'll hold that water for a certain amount of time and let the intensity flow by. And then you pump it back into the creek, but at a later date, a later time. So that
I
helps with.
assume the flooding, because that area is lower ground. That's why the flooding happens, right? So another way is
Not
No,
necessarily,
not necessarily.
it's lower ground, but the problem is because the creek or whatever goes into the creek, it inundates the whole drainage system and it floods the adjacent streets. So
Oh,
instead, see, the water is gonna go to the lowest point and it kind of pops up in Main Street. That's its storage. What we're looking at doing is doing an underground vault system that'll hold that water so it doesn't flood the street.
right.
And then you just store it there. And then once the intensity of that storm passes by, then you pump it back into the channel to discharge into the ultimate creek
Okay.
at a later date.
Okay. Can the underground storage dig another hole to go out to the creek?
Well, you would hold it. You would hold it first. So once,
No, I'm thinking, yeah, you have that storage. At the same time, can you build a drainage from the storage? So you could drain it to the nearby creek.
well, that's our only access. is that creek. So you have to kind of increase the size of the creek is build a supplemented storage vault system. We can't take it 4,000 feet down the road and discharge it at another point. There's just is insufficient and very not cost effective.
No, I just, Councilmember, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the Schaff and Wheeler that did our storm master plan, there, aside from the flow creek capacity that inundates, there's also an absence of sufficient infrastructure in that area, sufficient storm infrastructure, which hopefully would be addressed with development. The recommendations are 3, and they're all about the same price, between 2.6 and 2.8 million dollars, and they're all centered around temporary storage. They're all centered, whether you do it with a 60-inch conveyance pipe that is adjacent to the creek and then dumps into the creek, whether you have vaults underground that then will convey the water. The other option is a detention pond at the vacant lot that the city is flirting with purchasing. That, if that were developed as a park, that is also a consideration and something that the storm consultants have proposed as an option. So the water from basically adjacent to the library would be diverted to the park, the detention pond, and then it would percolate from there. Those are the only 3 viable options.
And those 3 options are about the same.
They're about the same price. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, is that the end of your presentation?
That's,
Okay, I think
Yes.
Councilmember Chua had a comment.
this is not I don't know. I think this is CIP, but on a different take. I just want to take this opportunity because when I was looking at the CMO's bi-weekly status report, and I noticed that we now have, which I requested before, we now had statistics on work orders for January, and it looks really good. I mean, like for parks, there were new and open work orders, 81, and the team closed 81. There's like street requests and work orders for 304, and the team closed 302. So I did a reach out, and it's 90% completion on work orders open. Isn't that amazing? Right? Yeah. So thank you so much. I finally got my statistics. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is that,
So that closes out the CIP portion.
okay, so now
Um,
would you like to?
Yeah, so we're
Continue.
going to shift gears. We're really going to put our party hats on. We're going to talk about some organizational assessments, some overtime and some P cards real briefly.
Oh,
And
really?
answer some questions if there are any, but I think I'll pass it on to Matt to get us done.
Thank you. And wanted to check real quick, sorry, Jared, do we need we don't need an action on on the report. Okay.
No, it's just
Thank you.
feedback.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank
So
you.
I have a brief presentation. I'm going to go through quickly and obviously defer to you as much time and questions as you have. But if you'd like, I have about 8 slides. I'll go through pretty quickly. And again, as City Manager mentioned, we have an additional presentation. We want to provide you a briefing on some of our fiscal sustainability efforts. These are not all the efforts that we're working on, but these are certain consultant-led efforts. There are some questions during the Vice Mayor raised during the mid-year budget about our work plans and the status of these efforts. And so we want to provide that this evening. And we'll be talking much more about the operating budget at next week's City Council meeting as part of our presentation on the forecast. Next slide, please. Who has the, okay. Michael, can you bring that to me when you have a chance? So next slide, please. Thank you. So we have 2 organizational assessments that we're working with consultants on. They're broken into 2 different ones, but they're both very similar. The one organizational assessment is looking at the planning, housing, building safety, econ dev, finance, HR, IT, and city clerk departments. We've engaged the consultant to look at our organizational structure, our org charts, the roles of different positions, observations on how does our staffing align with similar jurisdictions and industry standards, look at some come up with some processes and technology that may be able to assist us in the recommendations, and come up with some implementation action plans, which could be anywhere from recommending new processes and procedures to recommending maybe some consolidation of different positions and functions, could be recommending addition of positions, et cetera. Again, this is a roadmap for the future. And it doesn't mean if it recommends additions that we would necessarily can afford that right now, but these organizational assessments will help provide us roadmaps as we continue to refine our departments over time. And the bottom of the screen provides a structure, a schedule. We kicked this off on October 16th. Worked on with the consultant on assessing current structure and operations. They've been going a lot of back and forth questions, interviews with staff, talking to departments. We are starting to receive some draft recommendations for them, and they're very draft at this point. And we anticipate their recommendations to be final to us by the end of March. As part of our annual budget process, we have recommended budget proposals that we recommend to you all, the City Council, on our around May 1st published budget. Any recommendations from this study that the city manager would propose moving forward in this current budget would be likely part of that May 1st publication. As always, what we do during the months of maybe late March, during the month of April, we provide briefings to the city council members on what we're moving forward with in the budget. So we would provide briefings to you on proposals related to these organizational assessments and any other proposals that we may be moving forward with. Next slide, please. This organization assessment number 2 is very similar. So I won't, everything I said about the last one applies to this one as well, but we have a different consultant that's working on public works and recreation and community services. Next slide, please. There's 2 additional processes that we're reviewing. The first is our P card process and policy review. This isn't necessarily a budget reduction item, but it is an important item that's been discussed with you all during the budget times and the budget discussions, and so we're continuing to discuss it here this evening. We're looking at our P card processes and policies, basically working with having the consultant analyze our citywide P card usage and P card purchasing policies aimed at assessing compliance. How are we complying with those policies regarding how we document that and how we're using the cards? Focus on understanding our current practices and identifying areas where we can improve. And again, there's some bullet points here, but I summarized that. They've basically came in and did an audit of our P card purchases and our policy. And the next slide, please. Actually, no, you can leave it here, Jared, but we are nearly done with this one. We expect the final results to be done in March, but we do have preliminary findings, and we will be providing obviously more than just these bullet points to the mayor and city council during the month of March when we finalize it with the consultant. But the preliminary findings are the consultant did not find evidence of misuse of public funds. So no evidence of misuse of public funds was identified. There were certain transactions that were found that did not follow procedures regarding proper receipts, splitting of charges, or proper forms. It appears all these transactions were used for legitimate city uses within departments' budgets for items that our staff needed to do their work for the public. But there are procedures that weren't always necessarily followed. And then regarding making sure that we have the proper receipts, splitting charge, maybe one large purchase into 2, and then using the proper forms for like when meals are purchased, et cetera. So we are going through that, and you'll have a lot more information in the future about the volume here. The volume was not large for these, but we want to, continue to minimize any policy, any purchases that don't follow policy in the future. So some preliminary recommendations that are moving forward in the report are reducing the number of P cards overall for better internal controls. And a lot of that, our finance department is working on establishing larger purchase orders with larger companies, so staff don't have to rely on their P cards as much. Updating the P card manual to provide clarity on the approval process for transactions, to make sure that the manual is extremely clear on the role of the approvers of the P card purchases. And then enhancing our onboarding and really enhancing our training of staff prior to P card issuance and on a regular basis as they have the P card to make sure staff really understand the rules and that we provide them that training and that opportunity to really understand the rules. Next slide, please. So the last item that we're discussing this evening is our public safety overtime review. So we have a consultant taking a look at our
Ask questions about the previous ones, or do you want us to wait?
I'll be about 2 more minutes, if it's up to you though, or 3 or 4 more minutes. So public safety overtime review, we've focused on the police and fire departments. There were questions about the overtime usage and the amount of money we spend on that. So we really wanted the consultant to come in and take a look at the, analyze the overtime expenditures, the number of hours by department, the reasons for that, the framework, analyze our general practices and patterns, and make any recommendations they may have. We are getting very close to completing this one as well. And so this one will be done in March. Next slide, please. Preliminary findings are that overtime budgets have not increased with compensation and staffing increases. We have increased compensation for staff over time through union negotiations and cost of living increases. And we haven't necessarily increased our overtime budgets. Both PD and fire overtime trends do correlate pretty well with the leave hours taken over the last 3 years. And staffing needs are key drivers for overtime usage. Next slide, please. So with this, there's 2 more slides. I'll turn it to Frank first to overview this trends, provide information on this trend slide for police, and then Jason we have a similar one for fire, and then those are the last 2 slides we have this evening. Briefly, I'll just say that the top line shows the leave hours taken over the past 3 years, and the bottom red line shows the overtime hours that were taken.
Thank you. For the police department, obviously, overtime is something that we're very sensitive to, and that's how we've operated historically. So we're fortunate in the sense that we are on a schedule where our officers are maximizing their availability to be on the street while reducing the opportunity for overtime. So we regulate our overtime use pretty strictly. There's a supervisor approval process that must take place before overtime is even authorized. We use overtime based on community need. So if we're having, certain crimes that are taking place, we authorize overtime. Additionally, the leave that you see here, that encompasses officers that are out on injury. That includes vacation, other leaves, maternity leave, et cetera. As you can see here, that even though we've had some peaks there with leave, our overtime hasn't really increased drastically. And that's because our supervisors have the flexibility to not have to fill a full shift. So for our officers that work 10-hour shifts, there's overlap amongst those shifts. So if somebody's out sick, somebody's hurt, what the supervisors do is they fill only a block of it, maybe 5 hours of it. So that allows us to maintain some control over the overtime. So we have flexibility in how that functions in the department. And again, it is all based on need. It's not just given out without any oversight.
Does that include the, like 4th of July?
Yes.
Overtime?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, you don't see any numbers on this slide because we are finalizing the numbers with the consultant right now. So we didn't want to publicly share any numbers that are slightly subject to change with their final report. So next slide, please.
The only thing that I would add is that there's not a lot of discretionary overtime that's out there. It's really based on need. If there's a crime trend, we may increase some officer staffing because a uptick in auto burglaries or something. That's discretionary, but it's still based on community need. Everything is really revolving around staffing.
Then we'll go to the last slide, and Chief Schoonover can provide talk about this one.
Thanks, Matt. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Jason Schoonover, serving as your fire chief. What you see here in this chart is basically the totality of leave usage and then the corresponding overtime required to backfill for those positions. Fairly consistent with the exception of the 2 spikes you see there in the summer of 2024 and then going into January 2025. What that indicates was a very active wildland fire season. So for example, you can see in January of 2025, we had multiple deployments to support the Palisades and Eaton fires. So that's where you see the spike there. When I saw this graph initially, this was not a surprise to me. We also track our overtime very closely. We know where, every hour of overtime, how it's used. And we do track that internally. And, similar to the police department, we do have, multiple checks and balances and mechanisms to ensure that our supervisors, when they're calling back overtime, it's consistent with our overtime staffing policy. And also similar to the police department, today, basically all of the overtime that we incur is non-discretionary and required to staff our 4 engines, our ladder truck, our ambulance, and our battalion chief vehicle.
Thank you. Any
So I know we went through that quickly, but happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions from my colleagues?
I have a question.
I do have one. So I know that when officers and firefighters get injured, they're on workman's comp. So if there's no one there, somebody else has to take their place, right? So that also affects the overtime.
Yeah, I think it impacts police and fire significantly. For the fire department, it may be a little bit more impactful because if we've got a firefighter that's on extended workers' comp, so for example, a musculoskeletal injury, before they can come back to full combat duty, sometimes they could be off for 6, 7, 8 months, even a year. That equates to about 2,500 hours of overtime for a single firefighter, which puts significant pressure on our overtime budget. I did fail to note, looking at this chart here, just a reminder for council that during this active wildland season, and the spikes that you see here, the fire department brought back $1.7 million, which essentially made the city whole for every hour of overtime that was spent. And then in addition to that, we do receive money from the state for the lease of our vehicles to deploy to those events, along with the administrative fees for our staff to reconcile with the state to get the reimbursement. And that was about $600,000 during this time frame, above and beyond what we brought back to make the city whole for the overtime. And that money goes back to the general fund. And we're happy to be able to generate a little bit of revenue for the city. And that again goes back to the general fund. It's not earmarked for the fire department.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'd like to add one thing
is
for
there anyone
us,
else?
when
We
someone
have,
is.
Councilmember Leanne.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember. When we do have an officer that's injured, we also have the ability to pull staff from specialized units rather than fill it with overtime. So our traffic unit, for example, is a perfect example. We have 2 officers there right now, and that's because, patrol is our core function. So rather than fill those positions and then open overtime for patrol, we take from traffic and put them into our patrol services. So we have that luxury where we can move people around.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was my question, because I remember you told us at the city council meeting that you do, or we do, get the reimbursement from going to other states, other fires. Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anyone? We have a Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, I know we get reimbursed. Have you done statistics on the what we spent versus what we got, and what's the difference?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So again, I'll go back to the example of the Palisades fire, for example, in January 2025. We spent about $450,000 in overtime to deploy those resources, and then the state reimbursed us the $450,000. A couple months later, it takes a while to reconcile, and then above and beyond that, then they also reimburse us for, it's about $170 an hour, for example, for a fire engine for the duration of that 14-day deployment. And then again, there's the administrative fees, which is basically the fees meant to offset the cost of the fire department or the city having to reconcile all the receipts and put the data into the state's portal where they validate the expenditures and then reimburse us. So it's, we make a little bit of money on every deployment. We do track that. We've got, I've got a list of all of our deployments going back about 7 or 8 years in front of me. So, and then we work closely with the finance department to make sure that, you know, our numbers match, and that we're getting, you know, full cost recovery for those deployments.
Okay. I mean, when we do this, I think the council should have an info memo on what went out, what was spent, and what we got back. Something like that. It's probably, you know, that would, because if you see that not knowing
Yeah.
what you're looking at.
I do know that the overtime reports that you receive on a pretty consistent basis, we've worked with the finance department to capture what is the reimbursable piece. So councils can see clearly the delineation between overtime that's incurred for, you know, this non-reimbursable and the overtime that's incurred that is reimbursable.
Okay, we'll just ask Director Luz on that one.
Okay.
My other question is, have we made plans to increase the reimbursable percentage higher than 100%? Because other cities was mentioned that they get 110% or 100. Is that, have we made plans to petition or ask whoever reimbursing us to make it 110% instead of 100%?
Yeah, so I think what you're referring to, so for example, like the money we get back from the apparatus deployment, that's a rigid number that's not negotiable. The administrative fees is negotiable. That can range from, you know, as low as 5% to, I believe it can go all the way up to maybe 12 or 15%. But with that comes a significant amount of work for the administrative team. It's basically it's a way where the state says, we're not going to do quite as much work here. You guys do most of the legwork and then we'll reimburse you once you're done. So there's a balancing act there. I mean, we're definitely looking at that. We'd like to pursue it.
Who's
but
gonna do the work? I mean,
our
the firefighters or finance?
most of that work currently would fall on our senior analysts, and we've only got one. So we would have to work with her to make sure that she's got the capacity to, you know, for us to go to the state and increase our administrative fees. It's something we certainly are looking at, and we're
Yeah.
interested in it.
Can you do a comparative analysis on if we hire another half analyst, would it make sense for a 12-15% increase in the refundable amount before we tackle on this one?
Good evening, Councilmember Chua. Thank you for the question. Luz Gafresi, Finance Director for the City of Milpitas. We have asked our consultant to put together what's called a federally eligible cost allocation plan, and that is what we would present to them, essentially saying these are our actual costs and we need to be reimbursed for them. So that would get us a better return on that. And we expect to have that done because they actually have to do it on our annual costs. So we can't give that until our annual comprehensive financial report has been accepted. That was done on December 16th. So they've been working on it and we should see that in the next month or so.
That would
And
be,
yeah,
that would
and
be
so,
great.
yeah, and then once we do that, we can submit that to the state and say, this is what we want to be reimbursed. So it's much closer to, yeah, actual numbers. So that's already in play.
Great. I like to hear that. That's good. That's another revenue generation that, you know, I like that. Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, with regards to the P card, great that we didn't find out any irregularities. But how about on the recommendation, we put a little bit of teeth on the manual, you know, make people who uses P cards a little bit more accountable by providing, not only providing a clear manual on how you know the how to use a P cards, but also accountability should there be how do you call this, non-policy way it was used, not necessarily you know, misuse, but the way it's used. Because one, I believe, now look, it's costing us staff resources to figure out what happened. So if we have that, not only a clear manual how to use P cards, but some accountability, and I don't know how, I'll defer to HR about that and the city manager's office. I think it will be more effective use of P cards on that.
Mayor.
That on P card. Oh, yes.
Mayor.
I'm not, but if you have something on the P
I
card.
I was gonna add to, is that okay, Mayor?
Yes.
I was gonna add to Vice Mayor's opinion, comment. I think it should be part of their performance review. You know, are they following this P card process that you guys are going to implement fairly soon after the assessment? There's gotta be, like Vice Mayor said, accountability, and you can only do accountability through performance review. And that would be something for the executive team to look into.
Yeah, so thank you for the comments and the questions. I think that it's just because it might not be up there doesn't mean that it's not a discussion point or something that we're moving towards. This is a summary. It's not the complete report. These are the key findings and the key recommendations. When it comes to making sure that we're doing things properly, the consultant recognized language in the existing manual that could be interpreted different ways. So step one is clarifying the language. Step two is teaching people properly. When I first became a city employee, the purchasing agent at the time that was in charge of the P cards met with you in person, pulled out this binder, spent 45 minutes to an hour with you going every word in this policy manual. As a practice over time, we got away from that as a city. We need to reborn some new way of making sure people know how to use it properly. The next step is going to be accountability, and that can come in different types of fashion. It could be a situation where we have existing process, written reprimands, verbal reprimands, all these different types of things. In the P card world, one of the things that I envision is that you get trained properly. If there's a misuse, it's going to be documented. If there's another misuse, you're just losing your card because we're not going to risk that, right? That's an option, and that's something that we're going to explore building into it. I don't necessarily think that the review of the use of the P cards should wait for a personnel review. That's annual. So what should be happening is when a P card's used, whoever the direct supervisor that's responsible for the verification and the final approvals, they need to be doing that more timely, and it's more real information. And if they have to deal with an employee because they're not using it properly, then we could put that in the PAR. But we shouldn't be waiting until that performance appraisal to recognize the problem. And I think that there's more discussion for us to have inside between finance and HR, what that process looks like. But that's the long answer to the Vice Mayor's statement, which is yes, we are looking at that.
What I mean by part of the performance review is also a good way to look at the statistics on which department are having a problem. And then in terms of the number of issues with that department, then you can see what's wrong. I mean, then you can gauge what you need to do.
Correct.
You guys know that.
Right.
I don't mean to say you have to wait 1 year. You have to act on it because those are funds.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're all in alignment there.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor. It's about overtime. So, see, please, yes.
I wanted to touch on the P card. So I recall there was a time when I worked at an agency that when we had the P cards, every week we would have to say what we used it for. So I don't know if that's something you want to implement, but it'll be a lot easier to keep track. But just want to say that.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. One of the challenges that was recognized in this study is that the system that we use, when the person enters it for that pay period, it's only there for a 30-day window. So if the supervisor was out sick, on vacation, something happened, whatever reason they didn't get to it, by the time they logged in, if it was past that 30-day window, the purchases were gone. So unless you're really familiar with the advanced features of that system, you would just assume there was no purchases. And that was a huge problem in this. And so we have to have better practices and making sure that there's more timely approvals. That alone would have cleaned up probably everything that we saw happen. And so it's not just on the employees. Honestly, it's on us as managers, it's on us as department heads, to be honest with you. And we're going to be better at it moving forward.
Okay, that's good because yeah, when I saw this, I go, well, we were told something else. So now at least it's
Now we have
clarified.
the full story.
Okay, good. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Oh, before the overtime, just out of curiosity and being trivial about it, what does P means in P cards?
I'm glad you asked because I have no idea.
If it's a C card, then I know it's a credit
P
card.
card means purchase card.
Purchase card.
To us, it's a credit card.
Purchase card. Thank you for the
Yes.
question.
All right. I've been hearing P cards and I'm shying away from.
I'm on the
asking.
P card. Can I go before you?
Yes, please. Yes.
So who gets the P card?
I'm gonna I'll give you the short answer, and then if Luz wants to expand on it, then she can. It's the people that need to make purchases on a whim anytime because their role requires it. So somebody that may need to, maybe it's somebody in Public Works that's responsible for needing to make parts purchases spur of the moment because they're out on a job. Or maybe in the police department, for example, it's our armors who need to buy, parts because they're repairing firearms or something like that. So we identify a need, and every single person that has a P card, at some point, the manager has demonstrated a need. And there's a form that they fill out that says, hey, this person needs a P card. These are the spending limits that we need for them, and here's the reason. And then it's vetted through finance, and then they're issued. Does that satisfy your question, or do you need more information?
Follow up.
Okay.
So does that person has to be a regular full-time employee or a temporary employees can do that too, have that too?
No temporary employees have purchase cards.
Okay.
So it has to be a regular full-time employee. And I'm gonna actually give just a little, it's not on a whim. They need, it's for the purposes for something for the city. But we are looking at mechanisms so we can reduce the number of P cards. So we are setting up accounts with organizations like Home Depot, Granger, Amazon, lots of things take time to get into place. And then as we roll them out, the people who use those P cards will no longer need those P cards, so we will retrieve them. We have a lot of Home Depot purchasing. Once again, the intention is to have people have the ability, our staff who are authorized to do those purchases, go walk into a Home Depot, get authorized to do the purchase, and they will not need a P card. So that's one of the big things that we have.
And reduce set limits.
Reduce the number of cards, not just reducing the limits, but reducing the number of cards is our goal. Yeah.
Reduce set limits.
Oh, we absolutely, we set both monthly limits and daily limits.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I just piggybacking on the back and forth discussion. So we have limits for P cards, right? Now that, but on the purchase itself, there's none.
There is. So
How
some
is it
have,
done?
some have single purchase amounts that they cannot go beyond. And then also some cards have, is it daily amounts or total amounts on the card?
It is also daily amounts. And then you can't buy, you're also limited by the type of thing you're buying. You can't buy alcohol, for example.
Oh, darn.
I know, darn it.
We could change
Can't
the
buy alcohol.
policy.
It should be, no, that policy's been in place for a long time. So there's certain things you can't buy. And so
I was
you-
concerned about that when you guys said there's
No.
there's a limit.
No,
and I
no,
go,
we
Okay,
can't
wait
buy
a minute,
alcohol.
what about the purchase?
And there are other things that you can't buy simply because a merchant code comes up and it gets stopped at the, it's stopped at the register.
Okay.
And honestly, not to belabor the point, but you see up there split charges. That's an example of the limits working. Employee didn't necessarily follow the best procedure because they could have called a supervisor and said, hey, I really need to buy this product that's more than my limit. They were all legitimate needs. And so that could be an education thing.
Okay,
So, yeah,
sounds good. We're on the right track. Thank you so much.
yes, we are.
Okay,
Overtime, sir?
It's okay.
okay.
Overtime?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank William. You know, he opened my eyes on overtime, and it made me read my emails often. Right? You know, because I was looking at those reports over the months, and silently, trying to understand what's going on with overtime. And there's only two things about overtime on my thoughts, and I think I expressed this during my briefings. One is it's either there's an issue, the other one is it's just the way it is, right? What I hope to find out is it's just the way it is, so that we can develop policy to address the issue and not the other way around. So I heard both chiefs, both fire and police. I do understand, and from the brief presentation that they made, I think I understand the difference with regards to the police department. It's discretionary, it's need based, and with regards to the fire, and please correct me if I misunderstood it, it's about staffing and non-discretionary, right? That's what I heard. So to me, if that's the reason for fire, particularly fire, then it may be a policy solution, right? I understand that we have agreements with other departments that we help if there's major fire, and that probably explains those hikes, the red hikes on the graph. But I also noticed during those months that we receive overtime reports that it's uniform. Yes, there's a jump, but it's uniform over the months, right? And it's coupled by things that we cannot control. People who are in works comp, people who exercise sick leave, and other statutory way to be absent. But the bottom line is it generates overtime. You know, my math may be off, but at least in fire, what I see is it's about 15 to 20% of the base pay is what we have in a uniform overtime. All right. So I understand some the scheduling of fire is different. I haven't heard any direct information yet that it's about the peculiar scheduling and shift schedules of fire that is causing overtime, right? Coupled with the other factors. So if that's the case, what can we do to solve it? You know, again, my thoughts, I think I expressed this on the briefing. One is to see if we send people out of the city to help or collaborate with firefighting, and they come back injured, then I don't know if there is a way to recoup that from the group that we participate in. That's one. Number two is if it's staffing, then maybe we need some policy changes in staffing. I don't know if that's statutory. I'm not aware if there is a required staffing for for firefighters. But if it is and we cannot touch it, there's only one to solve that. It's to reduce the force. You know, and here's what, again, this is just my thing, very preliminary. We have 4 stations in Milpitas, and the comparable city that we are in, population-wise and size-wise, is Cupertino. Cupertino has 3 fire stations that serves the whole area, almost similar geographically and population. If it is a policy change that's needed, it's not about the culture or the way that fires look at the opportunity or the need for overtime, then I think the solution is to shave off one fire station, and that would probably solve the problem. If we can solve it other way, that, again, it's very preliminary. I'm not saying that we should do it, but as I see the difference between fire and police, without repeating myself, it's non-discretionary and a staffing issue. The only solution to that is a policy change.
So I'll respond first. I'm not going to respond totally on response of the fire chief, but the police department and the fire department are only using overtime because of the staffing. The difference is that in the police department, the way their schedules are played out, the way that they're laid out, they're not forced to bring somebody in on overtime every time somebody's absent. And so it's not necessarily a fair comparison when you have a police officer working 10-hour shift and you have overlap on each side of that shift because day shift overlaps swings, swings overlaps mids, and mids overlaps days. You're reducing that 10-hour window to something even smaller, right? And so it's not a fair comparison to do that because your firefighters are scheduled 48-hour shifts. So if somebody's out for 48 hours, you're also backfilling on overtime for 48 hours. I just wanted to clarify that it's not that the police department's using overtime in a discretionary manner. It's not the case. And it's mostly non-discretionary, FLSA and workers' comp. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that point.
It's crystal. I didn't compare overtime rate with police and fire based on the schedule. What I said is it's the peculiarity of firefighters' shift schedules that probably is generating this overtime.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
what I said. I understand. That's why I said to Chief Morales, it's base need and somewhat discretionary because as he said, right, if everything is calm during the night, there's 2 absences, maybe the supervisor will just put 2 just to cover for the night, everything's fine.
Or we flex. In the fire department, you can't flex a shift. So we can have day shift come in early.
Make a comparison. That's why I focus on fire and I reiterated it may be a policy issue that can be addressed by a policy issue. I did not make any comparison.
I misunderstood the non-discretionary comment, so we're good there. The only other comment I would mention about when we're comparing agencies based on population alone may not always be the fairest assessment because Cupertino is predominantly there's a lot of residences in Cupertino and there's not a lot of high structures in Cupertino, right? So when you're gonna go fight a fire in a Misty Suites hotel or a touring apartment complex, it's a whole different contingent of fire personnel and apparatus that you need. But I'll pass it over to the fire chief to answer any of the specific questions.
Okay, before the chief, I did not compare Cupertino because it's apple to apple. It's an example, right? Don't get me wrong. When I put examples, it's just an analogy so we get, my point. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not comparing the cops to the firefighter. I'm not comparing Cupertino to Torsi. It's just an example to emphasize a point. And what I'm saying is, it may be a policy change because we cannot control it otherwise. That's why I suggested maybe it's a reduction that is the solution other than fact checking every people who get sick or who calls in sick and things like that, because that's statutory. So it's about probably, my focus is to find out, and I'm not saying it's the solution, is to see if a policy change can alleviate what we are experiencing. Don't get me wrong, I love you all, right? And I'm not, it's that. We're trying to brainstorm through policy changes what we can do to address what we're seeing or feeling as an issue.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's an attack. I feel like it's a healthy discussion. So if I'm coming off like that, I don't mean to. I think that it's an important discussion point so we can completely understand the situation and the potential solutions. So, yeah, we're good.
Before you, Chief.
Yeah.
Before you. So this is to address my colleagues here. Sometimes you train the army, you train the soldiers 3 years just so that they are ready for one time to go out there and fight. So I'm not taking sides and I don't love police more than fire or fire more than police. Okay. I love you all equally. Okay. But on Saturday, there was a fire right next to my house. And 3 minutes, it took 3 minutes luckily the fire station is right next door to it too. They were able to save 2 babies. And instead of having the upper level and the below one damaged too, they minimized it to just 2 units. 1 unit is completely burned and the other unit is the apartment. So that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, they work the whole year. Doesn't mean that there's fire every day.
No,
And
I
if
don't.
there is one fire, you don't know how much
Right.
people appreciate that it's that quick response time.
I appreciate the quick response. I'm so proud of our 2.5 minutes response time anywhere in Milpitas, but that's not the issue. The issue is
You want to shut down one station?
no. Again, well, here's my problem. It's either people don't know what I'm talking about or it fails to
The
understand.
overtime.
My point is we are having structural deficit and this overtime is one factor or contributory to it. We're trying to brainstorm it to see if this can be something that we can work on. I do not question the integrity of the police. I do not question how fast and effective the firefighters are. We are in a budget discussion, which this overtime and P card came about because it's part of an expense. Let's just get that clear so that you don't misconcept what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Right. I
So
don't question.
I'll let.
I'll tell you, firefighter, twice that I personally experienced firefighter. My wife choked in Great Mall. You can check that on records. They're there in 1.5 minutes. So I don't question that. I don't. We are discussing about budget. It just seems to be, it just so happened that overtime and P card talks about money. And I think it's just timely to talk about policy. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
And one more time, another year, my mother, you responded and you saved her. So that's not the question.
Okay. So I think we said enough so that all these department heads know exactly what to do to come back to implement what your request or our request are.
Right.
But I love this kind of meeting where today our council member Chua was asking to have 110% reimbursed from firefighter. This is not a place to make money. You help each other out. Imagine if we have a fire in our city and people would come in or another city come in and say, we're going to charge you 110 reimbursement rate. We are going to have that same question saying, what the hell is going on with that city? Right?
True.
True.
In some
Okay.
sense.
So,
right.
yeah.
I'm fine. Again, this is a preliminary discussion. We will have a lot of
I'm
budget
discussing.
session. Right. And if you want
Sorry
to
to
reserve
cut you, Chief.
responses to my preliminary thoughts, then great. This is not just the night. We will have more nights to discuss all about this.
Well, we were kind of hoping to get overtime out of the way so we can have more productive conversations later.
Oh,
but-
lucky you can claim overtime. Us here, we're free.
Yeah.
Sorry, do you have other items?
Is there outstanding questions that the fire chief can answer? If not, I have another comment about it.
Right. So it's up to the fire chief. I'm saying is this a policy issue? That I think that's the question I have because you said it's non-discretionary and it's about scheduling.
Yeah. It's a good conversation, so I'm glad we're having it here this evening. I'd like to provide a little bit of clarity because it is fairly complex when you look at the firefighter scheduling in comparison to other departments in the city. So I'm happy to try to provide some additional clarity to help council, make informed decisions in the future. So when it comes to the overtime, and I referenced it earlier, overtime is not a mystery for the fire department. We track our overtime very diligently. And the manner in which we utilize overtime today is actually a fiscally strategic decision that's been made in the past by previous councils when we've had these same conversations. And what I mean by that is the the staffing model that we have now that includes 2 additional floater firefighter positions per shift gives us flexibility, but more importantly, reduces our overtime. And it's a balancing act that we take very seriously, but it's cheaper than the options, than the other options that are out there. Assuming moving forward that we maintain the same level of service and we maintain the same minimum staffing numbers and staff all 4 of our stations, there are mechanisms to reduce overtime significantly, but they require the additional investment of fully encumbered FTEs and the recurring cost of that long term. So we've got this balancing act where we've really tried to reduce our overtime to the lowest extent we can by utilizing these additional floater firefighters. And that's been in place for about 8 years now. And that's not uncommon in California. Many fire departments utilize the same type of staffing model to reduce their overtime. But there's also several departments, and there's some here in the Bay Area, that they, in order to reduce their overtime significantly, or excuse me, that have higher overtime by not having floater firefighters at all. So, without crunching the numbers on a calculator right now, if we didn't have that floater pool that it helps reduce the overtime today, the overtime would probably be close to $1 million more than it is a year now. So really, it is a fiscally strategic decision in how we use it right now. And it's not inconsistent with our neighboring agencies. And I appreciate the comparison to Cupertino because it is a like-sized city population-wise. But one thing to note is the city of Cupertino is not a full-service city. They actually contract out to the Santa Clara County Fire Department. So that allows them to operate with a little bit less resources in this city because they're part of a bigger organization. There's about 15 staff stations in the Santa Clara County Fire Department. So they've got no boundaries. If there's a structure fire in Cupertino, there's no mutual aid required. There's no picking up the phone and asking your neighboring agency if they can come and respond. They're part of a larger fire department. They're one fire department. I would venture to say that if Cupertino was a full service city that didn't have the opportunity to contract out for services, they would be hard to serve that city with 3 fire stations. I would also add that back in 2019, the fire department did what's called a standards of coverage report. It was conducted by Citygate. And the way we got to the current staffing of 19 firefighters a day was based on recommendations in that report, which really looked at the risk profile in the city, the population. And what they found was we needed 19 firefighters to accomplish what they refer to as an effective response force. And what that means is in order to handle a regular single family dwelling structure fire, you needed to assemble 19 firefighters on scene in 10 minutes. And at that time, we had 16 firefighters on duty a day. This was back in 2019. So that was really part of the rationale for adding the additional staffing we've added since that time. They also noted in the report, and I'll quote them, Citygate is concerned about the overall staffing per day and the department's ability to respond with more quote unquote weight of attack and to also respond differently to single patient EMS incidents. Their recommendation was to add a 4th firefighter per day to the ladder truck and to place 2 firefighter paramedics on an ambulance that can handle low clinical acuity patients and augment the fire engines in the ladder truck on a structure fire. So that's kind of the 19 firefighters that we have a day right now. It wasn't an arbitrary number. We used that data to make that decision, and we're very grateful for the support we got from council to hire those additional firefighters. Certainly council sets the priorities and sets the service levels for the city when it comes to public safety. It's important to note that, in a city that's only got 4 fire stations, it would be difficult to eliminate one of those. And regardless of the call volume from each station, those 4 fire stations are strategically located, but more importantly, they help us achieve that 19 firefighters per day. If we didn't have a station in service, that brings us to a lower level. We know we can no longer meet that recommendation to assemble an effective response force. And now we're relying on mutual aid from other cities who may or may not be available for incidents like the incident that Councilmember Lynn referred to on Saturday, where we had structure fire in a multifamily dwelling apartment building with multiple rescues that were conducted by both the police department and fire department. It took all 19 firefighters that were on duty that day, along with the police department, to effect those rescues and simultaneously suppress the fire, complete ventilation, and search the rest of the buildings and evacuate residents.
Okay, I believe you, Chief. I do, really. But, at least our role, my role is to balance things, right? Who does not want fully staffed firefighters who can respond effectively and quickly to an emergency? But part of my balance is the budget, right? Even if we want the best and double, firefighters we have or police officers we have, if we cannot afford it. So what I'm trying to see is hopefully there is a compromise in between, something that preserve what we have in consideration of what we have financially. Because even if we dream of everything special in Milpitas, if we cannot afford it, look at our projection. There's about 16 million in 5 years, and I fully trust the leadership of the city to address that. But what happens if it's hard and we can't? Even if we want the best of everything, if we can't afford it, then there has to be some sort of deliberate sacrifice that we have to meet. That's why we're airing all of these good conversations, so we can see if there's a meeting point of all of these concerns, preserving what we have and working on what we truly have financially. That's really the point that I'm trying to drive at. Not questioning anyone's integrity as we work good for the city, because our intentions are the same. Make sure that the city goes forward, safe, and things. It's just that how we deliver it.
Yeah. All right. I think that's the challenge, right? For all of us, like you said, we all want the best for the city of Milpitas. You guys know me growing up here, how important the city is to me. And when we start talking about cuts, regardless of what department it is, we're talking about which services is it that we can live without based on how many dollars we have. I will say, and I don't think council feels this way, I'm not accusing council of feeling this way, but we're not sitting on our hands over this issue. We're looking at it from a lot of different lenses. One of those lenses in both public safety departments, and I would say in a lot of departments, even beyond public safety, is that workers' comp is a huge driver in overtime in our departments. It's a huge problem and it's a huge expense for the city. And in partnership with Human Resources and the Finance Division, there's a few things happening with the Public Safety Department specifically. It's a workers' comp, overall city workers' comp process assessment. How do we build in efficiencies? How do we work better within the very complicated and challenging environment of workers' comp in the state of California? So that's happening, because if we can get that right, we're going to reduce overtime in both departments. And the other part of it is that we recently onboarded a service to help us streamline care for the injured employees to get them back sooner. Huge kudos to HR and finance and also our city attorney's office in bringing that here. That program currently is not costing the city anything because we're using risk management dollars through one of our pools. So there's a lot of work going into this. We might not realize the benefits of those programs overnight, but even with the implementation of Ready Rebound, that's the third-party service, we're already seeing quicker care for some of the officers, some of the employees, some of the firefighters that are injured on duty. So we're very hopeful, and I think that that's a huge reduction to overtime. In the fire department, losing a firefighter for a year costs us $250,000. If we can get that firefighter back in 6 months, we just saved a lot of money. So there's a lot of different fronts that we're trying to attack this problem from.
I really feel that the workman's comp system is broken. It needs to be fixed. I think that's one of the big problems. Can you expand on floater firefighters? I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you, Mayor. So we kind of refer to them as a relief pool. So currently each shift, A, B, and C shift has 21 firefighters assigned to the shift. Our minimum staffing is 19. What that allows us to do is utilize the relief pool and plug them into shifts that would otherwise be overtime when a firefighter is off on vacation, workers' comp, or sick leave.
So just like a substitute teacher then, something like that. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's good. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, anything else that staff wants to?
Not unless
Bring up.
council has more questions.
Okay, does anybody have any more questions?
You want to do it all over again?
Okay, I think that's it. That's the end of our meeting
That's
then.
it.
And this is all information only. And thank you everyone for a lively discussion. And I know that staff has been working really hard to come up with some great ideas and solutions. Thank you. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.